Hey, Reverence! Guess whose turn it is to tell us what happened last session?
Right. Last session, we we were walking toward meeting the Iridian, I don't know if delegates is the right word, but the people from the Iridian army. Scarlet was there. We had to kind of mix up our initial game plan of how we were going to greet them. Navale went back. Rev helped set some things up. We eventually had a discussion with them. They wanted to offer us a reward. And after some less than. Well, you know what? We made the attempt at negotiations of sorts, and it went a certain way, and he decided he wanted to talk to Navali. So we made arrangements for that. We had several discussions. We met with him outside of town near a lake, I believe. We had much longer discussions, and he showed off a technique and blew a hole through Rev's chest.
I'm not surprised you're the one who remembers that part.
Because it was neat.
Rev is actually just a masochist. It's part of his storyline.
Is there anything else people would like to add?
Permilia is destroyed. Sorry.
Oh yeah, Permilia had a moment. After Navali also had a moment. So really, the couple had a moment at separate times. Also, Scarlet, maybe not as terrible as initially thought. Maybe.
Sure.
Maybe.
And I believe we ended the game at the next morning. Like people had slept, and we were.
You did get your long rest, yes,
Yeah,
Rev. You're not dying.
I don't know that
I
we
did.
had left yet.
Navali did heal. Navali did heal Rev for at least 10 HP. So
he appreciated that.
Navali would like to. Sorry if if you were going to say something, but
I'll step back, please.
So okay. Can we get a rundown of anything that potentially happened, like the night or that night? Anything particular?
You return to the inn. From my understanding, you did actually technically a few things both before and after meeting Scarlet. Party did talk. Leo may have learned more things about religion beforehand. Nothing really bad happened after the conversation, so you really did just go back to the inn, and if you'd like to have conversations there, you did, or else you slept and had quiet, sad times for multiple reasons and multiple people.
How was the night? I'm generally curious, or should I roll for it, to see?
How was the night for you personally, Navali?
Yes.
Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
It's technically a 10.
It is technically a 10. You do not have to mark exhaustion.
Okay.
But you did not sleep well. Even talking to him brought back a lot of bad memories, and your dreams were not exactly helpful. Part of you might even feel a little guilty for not escalating things, even if you think it might be very dangerous. And part of you also, you don't feel the closure you were hoping you were going to feel. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm. And is Perm up first when Navali awakes, or is Navali up first?
Oh, Navali's definitely up first.
Okay. Then I guess I'll just Navali will do her usual morning paladin stuff while she waits for her perm to wake.
So I'm going to have to ask, because you only have 2 rooms, did anyone else share a room with them?
Luke, go on.
No, you.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, surely it'd be the person they were most comfortable with, which would either be Six or, like, anyone they invited in. Because respect,
Sure. Navali, did you have anyone else share a room, or did you make everyone else share a single room?
I feel like 6 would make sense. I feel like Navali would think that with, I don't know, the 3 of them, it would be fine. Same with maybe Celastra too.
Sure.
Sure.
Girls'
Yeah.
room versus
It
boys'
literally
room.
means girls and boys' room. It actually makes a lot of sense. In that case, 6 and Slostra, you can clearly wake up as you see Navali starting to do her normal prayers, and also probably clearly still a bit distraught. I mean that in the nicest way, Navali. But you had nightmares.
Six sort of casts this kind of side-eye look at Celastra, observing Permilia still sleeping and Navali getting ready.
Celastra doesn't really know what look to make back. She's just like kind of glancing awkwardly.
So like Navali follows Helm and she's got this thing where like you feel protected around her. Do you know what I'm talking about? You felt it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does Tharnacool have a thing that can help people feel better when they're sad?
That's a good question. I haven't thought about that particular problem. I don't know if I have something that specific. I'll look into it though.
She seems to accept this as an answer. I mean, she doesn't know how gods work.
Slostra, could you do me a favor?
Mm-hmm.
Could you roll me religion?
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I won't tell you the exact spell that would work.
Oh no. Oh, I found it. Oops.
Are you nervous to go see Permilia's family today?
Very. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of expectations of what might happen, but I haven't seen that many terrible signs so far.
That's true. I still think Scarlet's a dick, but it went better than I thought.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you there. What do you think's gonna happen?
I don't know. When we were back in Sperenzo's manor, Permilia told me a little bit about her family, and I'm just worried.
What did she say?
She said that they were like super religious, and I think that her mom is a priest. And she sort of looks over at the sleeping Permilia and thinks about it and says, I don't want to get into the specifics. I'm just concerned.
I understand. Me too.
Okay, what I'm afraid of is there's going to be a big fight.
Yeah, I really want to try to avoid that, but I'll do what I can if it happens.
She nods. I know.
Yeah.
She's sort of like looking over her possession. It's the very much the what should I wear and how should I present myself posture.
Do we dress nice?
I don't know. Like, nobody cared when Navali was in armor.
I guess armor seems appropriate.
Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get ready. She's practicing her very serious bodyguard face, Celastra.
Did you roll me intimidation? It's really good. Your positive 6 could kick anyone's ass.
Celastra's impressed and wants to try as well.
Oh, try it. I don't know how it'll work with like Snaky, but the key is to look disinterested but also aware at the same time.
Celastra, please roll me intimidation. 6. So one of the biggest ways to give that "I'm going to kill you" phase is you stone face. You quickly realize a snake face can't do that, and she instinctually keeps wanting to show off her fangs. And it's, I mean, there's fear there, but Celastra, she's harmless. You're pretty sure you have never felt less intimidated.
I want to amend Voice in the Sky. Celastra is not harmless. I have seen her smite a man in half.
Okay, harmless to you.
That's fair. We'll work on it, Celastra.
Okay.
It's a good start. Maybe you should
Thanks.
try. I think friendliness and approachability is more your thing.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay.
I'll just stand there and smile.
Yeah, we'll play good guard, bad guard.
Ooh, I love it.
I'm the bad guard.
Yes. Don't be too mean, though. I don't want them to fight us.
Oh, little mean.
Yeah.
So before we do the Navali scene that I'm sure she wants to have when Permilia wakes up, boys' room. Are you doing anything in particular?
I was going to ask, did we get any indication from the day before that Scarlet and his crew was also staying in this inn?
Yeah.
Given that, okay. So we kind of are sleeping under the roof with our enemy.
Yep.
Sort of. I don't know that Boys Room necessarily did watches. I don't know if Leo did, but Leo kind of like, he probably sleeps less than most people, and I kind of expect that he would have woken up early, or probably wakes up earlier than others, and would probably have kind of just gotten dressed by himself and went out into the common area for like whatever the Iridian coffee is, to just sort of do his spell prep.
You were given complimentary breakfast, and funny enough, their version of coffee is not caffeinated, it is just fruit juice, but it's fruit juice.
Sure. But I kind of just imagine that Leo's aware that, like, if possible, he would be sitting sort of in a position that he can both do his morning work and also like have an eye on the doors, or at least the hallway that anybody could be walking from, whether that would be the team or like Scarlet's people. Not seeking them out.
Yeah, but it's still you're keeping an eye on where they could happen. But perception works for me.
Well,
it's a big inn, and you are constantly having to look around and keep your eyes and ears peeled elsewhere just in case. You don't. At the very least, the morning will go by without too much incident on your part, so you're not quite sure where at least Scarlet's crew is, though you do know, of course, where the rest of the party is, and they're all waking up a bit later. Anything else the Rev and Karuto would like to do?
Nope.
I think Rev would just get dressed in his fancy attire.
But the
Sort
girls
of
had a
blue
serious
coat.
conversation. Don't you want to braid each other's hair or something?
It doesn't feel like the timing is right. We'll braid each other's hair eventually, just not yet.
Okay. It takes a while, but Permilia does eventually wake up Navali well after you have finished preparing all of your stuff. And I will just click
Navali.
this button for Six's sake. Keep that in mind, Six.
Oh.
I can't imagine why that could possibly be.
Navali, seeing Perm awake, would walk over to her and maybe sit down next to her. Good morning, Perm. How are you feeling? Are you okay?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm fine. Do you want me to get you anything to eat?
No, I'm sure my family's gonna want to feed us, and I want to make sure that I can at least showcase that I care enough to eat their food.
And nothing to drink either, not even some water?
I, I guess water would be okay. It, how early is it?
How early is it, Skirt?
Imagine she woke up at like 8 or 9. Like, it's not. She didn't sleep till noon.
Okay. My best guess is it's around 8 or 9. So we still have some time before we see your family.
Okay. Is everyone ready?
I'm uninspired. Has any of us checked the boys' room?
Question, because I'm assuming you were preparing and waiting. Celestra 6, did you actually check?
I don't think Celestra would have.
I'd say probably after maybe half an hour, as Six's self-hyping takes less time than it takes to prepare spells.
That makes sense. In which case, you would know they're getting ready, and Leo, you probably saw Six like glance at you in the common room and just check to see if people are ready.
They're still getting ready.
Which means we have enough time for at least for you to have some water. At least. I'll go grab some for you.
Okay. She seems confused and concerned to why you're doing this, but she's not going to question it.
And Navali will go walk downstairs or where she can get some water.
You walk by Leo as you do this, but yes.
Navali will just sort of nod to as she's heading down.
Leo just observes, like, you don't look like you need anything, then he just sort of gives you the good morning nod.
Mm-hmm. And I like to think Navali is not one to overstay her welcome, so she's just gonna grab some water and then walk back upstairs.
You succeed.
She will walk back inside and hand the to Perm.
She will sip the water, kind of just looking around with a little bit of concern because, let's be very real, she's probably a little confused to why you're mothering her.
Can Navali make a roll to see? Because I don't know if she can tell Perm is exhausted.
You may insight.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So for one thing, well, you also didn't sleep well. You could tell the person you were hugging was not sleeping well either.
Mm-hmm.
There's bags under her eyes. She seems a bit more disoriented, and it's the kind of, you can tell when someone tried to sleep and failed repeatedly. To put this into a very simplistic term, you can see that her eyes are looking around like her brain's a bit frazzled, like she doesn't really know what to do or what's going on around her, but she is trying to concentrate anyway. I am certain that we've all experienced this, as all of us are people who have had times where we did not sleep well. I'm positive of this. This is human experience.
Yeah. I think that would Navali catching that probably makes it more understandable why she's being a bit more what was the word you used? Motherly?
Yes.
Yeah, around her. I think we were going to meet around noon. Is that correct? Or
That's when we were supposed to arrive, and then I have no idea other than hopefully meet my parents almost immediately, and we can go, and I don't have to think about this place anymore.
are Celestra and Six still in the room?
I'm going to assume yes, but it's up to them.
Sure.
Yeah.
I was just curious. Yes, it has been a interesting couple. Are you okay, Perm?
Could you roll me persuasion?
Yeah.
I will public roll her response to this. I have no idea at all if I'm going. I am trying to think of any possibility of why things could be okay, and I don't know.
I don't think we need to try things that okay. It's been a little fun.
You're cutting out a little bit.
You were cutting out a little bit there.
Sorry. Okay.
Could you repeat? So this
Yes.
way I can respond more efficiently.
I don't think it's I don't think we need to justify things it's been things have been a little fucked up couple of it's okay
You
for
need
him.
You need to lower the threshold you're cutting out. So
Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry, mic problems.
It's okay. Technical problems are
setting.
fixable.
New mic, do
Setting.
this.
Voice and video.
But my immersion.
Lower the bar. The yellow bar. That's
Okay, I'm so sorry. Okay. Is it better now?
Only way to find out is try again.
Okay. I don't think it's things have been a little fucked up for the past couple of days, Perm. I don't think we need to justify things being okay.
First of all, seems fine now. No worries. Ahem. You're right. And I just hope I don't make things worse today. Can I ask a question?
Of course.
What does it feel like when Helm talks to you?
Out of character. I can't remember the last time Helm actually talked to her.
You don't need to say that out of character. That can be an in-character problem.
Okay. Navali looks a little embarrassed. Sort of thinking on that question. Well, I'm going to be honest, Perm. I don't remember the last time Helm actually spoke to me. I know it happened at least once, but I can't remember the last time I felt any sort of words that he might be trying to speak to me. I don't know if that's a fault of my own, or maybe I don't know. Maybe he has been trying to reach out to me. I don't know. Has Helm spoken to you?
No, I just... Something Scarlet, he said bothered me, and I wanted to know what it felt like to hear a god, I guess.
Unfortunately, I think is Celastra, have you spoken to Tharmacool? Or has Tharmacool spoken to you?
Celestra, could you please roll me religion?
whoa.
Okay. Would you like me to simply exposize this, or would you like me to actually PM you something important?
Nope. I'll leave that to you.
Celastra, as you're listening to this, you're starting to think that Navali never had real god training, because the gods don't actually speak to you. They can't. Many hundreds of years ago, there was ways to make sure that gods couldn't directly interfere, because that would end the world almost guaranteed. So they can pass on powers through people, but they can't actually direct you or talk to you directly. They can only give vague suggestions and hope that your faith will lead you in the right way.
And I will explain that to Navali.
Wait, you don't actually speak to gods?
Not in the way that we speak to people.
Huh. I think maybe I've been approaching certain things wrong then.
Uh-huh.
I guess I would then ask Celastra if you've seen any sort of signs from your god that I guess seem like Tharmacool.
Should I roll again, or can I just?
That is up to you. If
Okay.
you want to roll, I can give you some extra things, but if you don't, I'm sure you can come up with answers that are perfectly acceptable.
I'll see what I can do. Whoa.
So you were always taught Tharnacool is a god of forging. Tharnacool believes that you make weaponry and armor and iron and steel in order to help protect and to kill, to smite those who are against you. You see Tharnacool in everything you've ever made.
Well, like I've explained before, I mean, Tharmacool is shown through my work and my creations. That's really the only way that I've ever seen anything of them.
Hmm. I see how that makes sense. Um I'm sorry, Perm. I was hoping maybe to help make things make more sense. Perhaps now I'm confused. Now I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to confuse you or.
No, no, it's not like that, Celastra. I'm sorry. I mean no offense at all.
I know this is going to sound a bit strange, but hearing you're confused makes me feel better.
Well, that's good, at least. There's many things about my relationship with Helm that I don't understand. So, if that's a better comfort, then I'm glad. Navali says, looking a little embarrassed.
It means that no matter how confident we are and how much we know, maybe we don't know that much. That's okay, I guess. We should get dressed.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
I have to ask an important question. Is there anything people would like to do to prepare before you actually head to the Lavinia estate?
This isn't necessarily a party conversation, but I think as I'm kind of choosing Leo's spells, am I remembering correctly that we indicated we might be leaving today? Like we go to Lavinia's and then we immediately go into the Rasahari?
I mean, traveling to the Rosahari is still going to take several days to get there, but yes. There was definitely an implication that you might be leaving in a hurry.
But that was only if things went sideways with Scarlet, which it didn't.
Or with her family.
Or with her family. Yes, thank you.
Okay. So, but we would
I
have
guess.
we would have several days before being under the perilous journey rules then?
Correct.
Okay, then I'm not worried. I'll just pack my everyday spells.
In that case, I will simply ask, do all the spellcasters have their spells prepared for no reason?
Sure do.
No reason whatsoever.
I want to ask real quick about Celestra. Does Navali have the +1 to armor, or did you want to give that to somebody else?
Unless we have something that we want to put it on, I'm just going to default to that.
Sadly, it doesn't provide emotional armor, so you can't give it a pen.
+1 emotional armor.
BRB making a magic item for that now. Okay, it sounds like everyone is ready, so you gather the party together, and I will ask who's wearing armor and who dressed up.
Slasher has armor.
Navali's in armor.
Gonna be following Permilia's lead.
She didn't give a suggestion either way, but she is wearing armor.
Yeah.
I guess we're all wearing armor. Because character thinks it's acceptable to do so if Pam's doing so.
How about you, Rev?
Yeah, I think so. If everybody else is.
All right, so you're going into the estate dressed for murder.
Yeah.
Armed forebear.
Scarlet's people are on to us about who we are, but Permilia's family doesn't necessarily know that. Would hopefully just think that you guys are bodyguards and not
true.
servants.
That's what we'd explain it as.
So you approach fully armored and ready. As you reach the gates, you see a very lovely looking home. Unlike in Dulveran, where you're used to fancier places building tall and less wide, as oftentimes they have exact amounts of how much land they have and are trying to get as much as possible from it. This place instead seems to be built less with floors in mind and more with we have all this room. It stretches out to the point where you could, if you're on one side of the building, you probably can't even see the other side of the building. The gates itself have intricately designed ornaments scattered about. The actual fence has flowers that look quite beautiful growing on both sides of it. And as you approach the gate, it seems to magically open as if expecting you, which is disconcerting to some people, as at the very least, you're used to actual people opening and closing things. But Permilia herself doesn't seem too bothered by this, as if expecting it.
You say that. We've been inside a giant metal cube.
You have. I'm not saying that it's not unusual, like it's not impossible for you to expect this. It's more from your experience, people use actual people.
That's deep.
God damn it. As you enter itself, a relatively elderly man, late 40s, possibly early 50s, gives a bow towards you wearing what appears to be a very finely detailed suit and pants. He has a gray mustache and a bit of a beard, though very little hair left on his actual head. I see Permilia has returned, and I can see that she has brought many servants with her. And introductions might be in order. I am I am the head butler of the Lavinia family, Walter. May I have your names?
Fiona Elwash.
Who is he addressing though? Just curious.
He looks to be looking at the entire group and
Okay.
clearly actually waiting for a response. You get the feeling that it is typical for the servants to actually introduce themselves to the other servants.
Just to be clear, is there a hint that he thinks that Carto and Leo are servants as well?
Roll insight. You're fairly confident he's looking mostly at the demis.
Gotcha.
So I will breeze this along and ask, does everyone actually give an introduction? And I did note that Six called herself Fiona, don't worry.
Yep.
Would would be Raphael Kavanaugh, I think.
Celastra introduces herself as Celastra.
Navali introduces as Navali.
Very well. I assume that there is much to be done. I will ask, do you all require the same room, or should I take the servants to a servants' quarters in order to ensure that all meals are... And you can immediately see Permilia go, no, they're coming with me. No. Very well. I understand you expect to be able to see them as soon as possible. However, some of your siblings would like to see you as well, and your parents still require some more time. Please follow me to the waiting room. And you're led through this building. Quickly, you notice that anywhere you move, this is made into a giant rectangle, and in the very center is a very large courtyard. It has flowers, trees. You can see fruit growing in it, and as you kind of glance upwards, it's hard to tell whether it's magic or if there's simply no ceiling, but the courtyard has light constantly shining into it. And almost every window is faced toward the courtyard and now towards the outside. He leads you across numerous very fine looking wooden hallways that have what appear to be paintings of many blonde men and women in various poses, some looking more regal than others, some looking more zealotry? Sure. It's not really a word, but it's fine. Pious. That is the word I was looking for. Some looking more pious than others. But it takes you more time than you might expect to reach the room that he's leading you to, where there are several tables, chairs set across that all look very nice and fancy, with a bowl of what appears to be various fruits and cheese put off to the side, and he gives it an invitation to go inside.
Were there any labels on paintings or that sort of indicated like who they were portraying?
They did not seem to actually have names underneath them or any kind of words that you could see as you walked by. It seems more like anyone who would see them should already know kind of deal.
Gotcha.
Skun.
Yes.
Karito would probably be treating this like somewhere he might need to get out of quickly, and therefore be trying to memorize where he's going, and also easy exits. What would you like a roll for that?
Investigation.
Investigation. Let's go. First roll of the session. Let's see what happens.
For you, other people have rolled quite well already.
I meant for me. I know other people have rolled. I haven't been, blind. Oof. Thank God for expertise, eh?
I mean, to be fair, 13's not terrible.
Yeah,
At the
that's what I'm
very
saying. Thank God for
least,
expertise.
you remember the way back to the entrance without any issues. The fact that all the windows face towards the courtyard and not to the outside does mean that quick ways out are going to be through a wall. And while there's ways to do that, that's complicated. Though, if the courtyard itself doesn't actually have a ceiling, you can think of several ways to get out that way too.
Cool.
I suppose we funnel into the room, and Leo will say, will the brother and sister be meeting us here?
I shall inform everyone that you have arrived, and most likely the siblings will wish to see the lady first, and I will return when Lord and Lady are ready for her.
Leo nods and looks to see if if he's acting appropriately.
Permilia looks way too tired to understand or care, and at the very least the butler doesn't seem offended. He seems actually slightly more offended that Permilia gave the indication she wanted everyone to be with her. But as you have that brief conversation, he gives another brief bow and walks off. I will ask, is there anything you do while you wait for a few minutes?
I'm just going to blow detect magic as a non-ritual and give a scan of the room as soon as the door closes.
Let me check something really quick. Could you roll me perception?
That's a shitty skill of mine.
There is definitely something magical in this room that is not the party, but you can't quite tell where it's coming from.
Do I get like a scent of a school?
Divination.
Mm. Leo will just while he's scanning the room, people can do whatever they're doing, but seems to be pulling out something out of his bag. But if nobody else is doing anything after just a few seconds, he'll kind of write down on a piece of paper that we might be being watched and just sort of like pass it to or just pass it to whoever's sort of central so that everybody can read it quickly.
I will do a quick check. Does anyone do anything to interrupt Leo, or do you just let Leo do this and quickly read this?
Nope.
Seems like you get that information out very quickly and efficiently without anyone interrupting you.
Does Permilia seem nonchalant about it, like expected? Maybe?
Confused, actually.
I'll just shrug at her and just say, all right, I won't say anything. I'll just indicate at my spell focus.
There's definitely an understanding that you definitely would know. It's more of a, you can tell that this isn't normal, at least in her mind. Before I move on, is there anything people would like to react to with this? That seems like a no.
Mm-hmm.
A few minutes go by. I need to ask another important question. Does anyone try the food?
Carito's going to sniff at it.
Smells fresh. You take what appears to be an apple. You sniff. It smells like an apple. You look over towards what appears to be a grape. It looks like a grape. And the cheese smells smelly.
Carito starts chomping on an apple.
I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Ah!
It is delicious.
Hell yeah.
And nutritious.
No, you're not sure about that part, but you feel as if they might have actually given a little bit of powdered sugar on the actual outside of it that heightens the sweetness. But it was so small that it was invisible to you. Which means they probably have servants spend a lot of effort on this food. But
Carito continues munching with no ill effect.
yep, you continue eating the apples. Does anyone join Karuto? I kind of enjoy the idea that Karuto is the only one brave enough to eat.
Oh, aren't we gonna have a full breakfast soon?
Appetizer. Aperitif.
There's a little part of Leo. He's not correcting Garto or anything, but he's just like uncomfortable. Like, if we're supposed to be playing the part, should I tell them to eat, or is it going to look bad that they're eating without being given permission? But then Leo's just like, I'm not going to do that.
As you think about this, the door opens again, and what appears to be a woman about the size of Permilia waltzes in wearing what appears to be a very fine black and gray dress with a very big smile on her face and goes, "She brought more friends!" And she kind of prounces in. Behind her, you also see another man, taller, little over 6 feet, uh, wearing what appears to be gold ornamentation over his hair, very finely groomed and shortened to the point where you can tell it is stylized at very least weekly. As the two of them kind of look in, the woman immediately runs over and hugs Permilia, who gives the look of, oh no, why? And then the woman looks between Karuto and Leo and immediately kind of prances over to Karuto and looks very closely at him. I should join the military. You get to meet all the fine men. What's your name, sweetie?
Carito looks mildly surprised at this, but recovers gracefully and gives a slight bow. I am Carito.
That is a very strange name. Could you tell me about where you're from?
He smiles. A place very far from here. It is not on any maps that I have found.
Her eyes go wider at this, as if you have piqued her curiosity even further, and she just kind of looks forward. Did you take any of them? Are both of these men free?
Excuse me?
Oh, that means you're free. That's excellent. Uh, she kind of looks over towards you, Liren, and looks up and seems to be judging your features very closely. And what's your name?
Kind of like look to Permilia in confusion.
She looks mortified.
Leorin, and you are?
Oh, she didn't tell you about me? Oh, she's always so forgetful. I am her older sister, born from the same mother, Rosaline Cara Lavinia von Gerallia, at your service.
That's not necessary, but it's a pleasure to meet you. And sort of Leo's looking over her shoulder at the man at the door.
He seems to be rolling his eyes, though leaning down the door and simply keeping an eye on Permilia itself. They definitely share a family resemblance, though he does not say much at the moment.
And was that Rosaline? Or would you mind just, yeah, there, thank you. What an interesting family you have, Permilia.
Have to get that right, of course. I would love to know more about both of you. Tell me, have either of you eaten yet? Well, of course you have. You seem to be quite hungry as she looks at the apple you have eaten, Karito.
I believe we had an appointment with your parents.
Oh, they intend to
food
only
later.
feed Permilia. They always tend to forget that she brings guests. I can certainly get you something.
I assume this entire conversation, Permilia just has her head in her hands.
Yeah, it is the, oh my god, my sister is so embarrassing look.
Poor girl.
I suppose it would be rude not to if you could have food sent to the room. I think nobody has been fed this morning, so.
Ricken, could you get... No, do it yourself. But, no. But I want to know more about the... Then come back with food. Fine. And she stomps off. I am sorry about her. It is nice to meet more of my sister's friends, and her servants seem fairly hardy themselves. Liren and Karito, you told her?
A nod.
And what is your relationship to my sister?
We are her guests. And Carrie sort of looks, sort of glances at Perm. I would say friends, of course.
And how did you meet her?
Well, you know that she's spent some time abroad. I don't know if she's communicated that to you all, but we met her in Dulverhan. And I know I myself came just sort of out of interest of traveling. And Karito and I have traveled for some time before that. And so she was coming home, and we thought it was a good opportunity to tag along.
His eyes kind of look over to Permilia, who is just nodding along to this. seems that you always able to get interesting things to happen for her. It is nice to meet you, and may I ask where he gives a gesture towards the rest of the party. You found them?
They are all Dolverani mercenaries, of course.
I mean, that's not a lie, technically. Shit. Persuasion.
Okay.
Can Leo help by nodding?
Yes, I'll allow it.
Okay, advantage then?
Yes.
Beautiful. Persuasion, let's go.
Uh,
Oh my god!
Your dice. Is there dice jail for virtual dice?
Oh, I wish there was.
That's amazing. You can see him look directly at you, then look at how everyone is heavily armored and armed. Is there a reason that you felt a need to hire such an eclectic group of mercenaries when heading back home, sister? And she gives a kind of half-hearted smile of, it's dangerous? Mm-hmm.
That is, of course, no word of a lie. We have encountered the wildlife on our journey here. It was interesting.
They're also surprisingly capable. I'm sort of Leo sort of gestures specifically to Six, and says, "Of course, you're aware of the dangers in the wilderness, and she has been quite useful in bringing us here at a fair rate."
Those cats do tend to be fairly wily. Tell me, Cat, what is your name?
Is he looking at me?
Yes.
Fiona Alwash.
I was expecting a more different name. Your kind tends to be a little more literal. Your techniques, they're interesting, your friends seem to believe. Allies, contractors.
She thinks. Companions. We work together. They trust me with tactics, and I do my best to serve Lady Permilia.
And I assume the other cat does something similar as his eyes look over to Rev.
Rev will nod.
I'm always interested in learning new techniques. Tell me, did you learn your fighting style from the desert?
Yes.
Six nods.
Would you be willing to show me? I have a training room not far from here, and I would love to see what the desert techniques could do and possibly learn from them.
I look to Permilia as if asking permission.
Could you roll me a straight charisma? There is a pause as you look towards Permilia as she seems to be trying to figure out exactly what's happening here. But when she realizes you're staring at her and actually asking for permission because that's the situation you're supposed to be in, she kind of wakes herself up a little bit. Oh, yes, he is a bit of a fighter. We we used to train together. Sure. Fiona will teach you a lot of interesting things, and I'm sorry, Raphael? He's done some amazing things. You can tell she does not feel good about calling you Raphael. But to be fair, that honestly sells the illusion she doesn't know you very well much better. You're both allowed to go show him.
She nods.
Is this something you seek to do now? I don't. Leo's kind of giving a look towards Permilia. As when is our appointment?
When my parents say it is, so the man has a look of, I am unsure of when I get another opportunity. Please let me show you where this is. And he gives a gesture towards Six and Reverence to follow him.
She does. Gives a little nod to Rev as he moves, like a "Hey, we've got this" sort of look.
Rev will nod back. He looks a little bolstered by that confidence.
10 HP?
Would you mind if I came to observe as well?
Are you worried that I intend to steal your servants away?
You understand the need to protect one's investments, I'm sure.
Roll me persuasion with advantage. Yeah, I suppose there is logic to that, though. When Rose gets back, she's going to be upset I stole one of the men.
I think that is for the best.
I understand. Please, come with me.
Leo will leave with them, but just kind of giving like the I don't know what I'm doing shrug as he closes the door behind him, I guess.
As you're looking to Six, she gives you this little, like, mischievous sort of smile when you seem ill at ease or like you're not sure what she's doing, feeling very much the opposite.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So say unrelated to the immediate situation. Out of curiosity, when Leo casts like haste or something, were this to become a battle situation, are there like particle effects that make it obvious?
I would not say there are particle effects, but I will say that if anyone is paying attention to you, they can tell you are casting a spell.
Okay.
I believe haste has both a verbal and somatic component.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, and it's concentration for 1 minute, so I can't like. I'd have to cast it pretty early on. So never mind.
He leads you through instead of around, straight through the courtyard. It appears to be very well made. There are many ways into this courtyard. Not only are there dozens of windows facing into it, but at least 6 different entrances, and it seems to be a shortcut to just go through instead of through all the hallways. The courtyard itself has very lush green grass, what appears to be an apple tree growing just in the center, and dozens of smaller bushes that have berries growing off of them surrounding it. He ignores all of this as he just moves to a completely different wing of the estate and brings you both to a room that appears to just have wooden dummies set aside with a shield on each of them as a place to practice. Six and Rev, You can tell he seems to just be a little bit curious to exactly your fighting style as he looks towards both of you. Could you show me some of the more interesting techniques that you've learned? As I said, it helps in my own, let's say, improvement.
Skern, as we've been walking with this individual, I've had a chance to size him up. May I prompt
Sure.
know your enemy? I wish to test his constitution versus my 14.
Lower.
And his, hit points versus my 76.
Slightly higher.
Okay. I have one more question. He's mentioning that he wishes to gauge our ability for his own purposes. Is it possible to sense his intent with this? Strictly self-improvement or perhaps something more sinister?
Insight. So you do notice that he does have a very thin sword at his side at all times. And minimum, you can tell that he is sizing up your own muscle mass, and very similar to your father in the sense of quick glance, you're a fighter, I want to know how you fight. But it's hard to tell anything beyond that. Like, if he's figuring out how he can stop you, you can't tell that. If he's figuring out how he can use this technique to, for example, kill your kind, you can't tell that.
Makes sense.
See, oh, by the way, I don't know. Maybe when they initially walked in the room, it might have expired by now. But is he pinging anything detect magic wise?
Did you on the man himself? Yes. The divination, no.
Is it his sword or?
Yes. Actually, no. You notice that several things on him seem to prick your detect magic. You sense a mixture of evocation and abjuration.
Okay.
What is Rev's posture?
At attention, not quite tense. He feels like Six kind of helped him out with that a little bit.
She gestures to, say, the nearest dummy. Will this be suitable?
Of course.
Okay. I'll dual wield claws and go through, unless it happens round by round, like a few rounds of how she uses claw techniques to get around shields and strike people normally in combat.
Instead of doing this round by round, could you just do me a full round's attack action?
Sure.
Do you bonus action attack? Oh, you did.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I do bonus action attack.
You can tell that he seems very interested, especially with how you tend to duck and weave and figure out how to get into weak spots very quickly and efficiently. You're unsure if it is pure tactical interest or more of you personally have interested him, but he seems entertained, if nothing else. He also seems to be glancing over to Rev to see if he is going to do something as well.
Yeah, after a little bit, she backs off. Once he seems satisfied, perhaps.
Following Six's lead, he will just flourish his blade and attack the dummy a few times, I suppose.
Sure.
No magic, no tricks. Full round of attacks, the whole thing.
Same thing. Yes.
+2. What?
Stupid warlocks. Yeah. You swing, you damage the dummy with considerable force, considering that you're not really trying to hurt it that much. You're more just trying to show basic techniques. And despite the fact that you are actually doing a lot more to the dummy, he seems less interested in your style. Kind of like he's seen stuff similar before and just seems kind of bored by it. But before we continue that, I'm going to go back to the group that's waiting.
Naruto and the girls.
It's true. Not too long comes back before Rosaline comes back in with a big smile on her face. And where's the half elf?
They went to show off fighting techniques.
It's fine. Well, you're still here. And she gets much closer to you all of a sudden. So unfortunately, I was told we can't bring food directly into here because there'd be a lot more cleanup. But I can take you personally over to the kitchen. Would you like to share a meal with me?
Naruto suddenly looks more than a little uncertain. He looks to Perm and Nivali and Celastra.
Celestra just kind of shrugs and says,
Permilia's hand is in her face.
Navali's just looking at Perm.
Of course, I would be honored.
Oh, excellent. Please come with me. I'm sure your servants will be fine with my sister. Have a great time. Enjoy our estate. As she grabs your arm and starts dragging you away.
Naruto has the definite expression of help.
Does anyone help?
I don't think Celastra would.
I'm just being kidnapped by Pum's sister.
Well, Karuto, congratulations on your kidnapping. You are dragged across and you're taken to several rooms away where clearly a very fine table has been set up with what appears to be incredibly nice looking meat. It takes your nose a moment to smell and realize that not only is it very well spiced and cheese meated directly on top of it, we are pretty sure this is the finest cut of an actual steak that has been cooked medium rare to an almost juicy perfection and is laid directly in front of you with only 2 plates, well, 3 plates actually, because she was expecting Leo to be there,
Oh dear.
placed there, and she immediately sits down and kind of pats a seat next to her. Please tell me all about everything, Mr. Karuto.
He nods politely and sits, uncertain as to whether he should start eating or not. It's all sort of slightly odd because, you know, he's used to one certain kind of protocol, and this is an entirely different protocol. I met your sister in Dolvaran. I'm sure you were aware she was deployed there for military reasons. She told me of her homeland, and being a traveler myself, I thought it to be a good idea to visit before I return to my home. He's finding himself drooling a little because that steak. Oh god.
You try it?
He's still not sure if he should eat yet.
She is just staring at you.
This is the most uncomfortable he has been in a very long time.
And why were you in Dovran? I understand the deployments, and I'm told from multiple people that I'm not even supposed to know what she does anymore, and that's just so interesting. But I can know what you do.
Like I say, I am a traveler. I was searching for someone. I have thankfully located them now, but of course that does not stop me from traveling further.
Oh, you're looking for someone? And please tell me exactly what kind of person are you looking for? She gingerly touches your hand as she says this.
Dawn, let me just do a quick roll. Character is blushing. Like, full on, just unrestrained, like, oh god, oh god, oh god.
You can tell she's pressing further because she can see this. Oh, and please, you should try the food. It is absolutely delicious. We it is completely fresh, made this morning.
Character takes this as an excellent opportunity to recover his hand and try the incredibly nice smelling steak is possibly a distraction for this strange torment.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw. Karato, it is amazing. It seems to almost melt in your mouth. Has just small bit of peppery that creates a spice that just mixes into the softness of the cheese. It feels like heaven going down your throat. You will now roll disadvantage on all wisdom saves for the rest of the day.
Amazing. This is. My apologies. This is incredible. Do you. Is this normal for food around here?
Oh no, the reason that, well, here, yes, but this particular steak, they wanted to make sure that because my sister was in town and they wanted to know how she was doing, that they'd make an actually delicious feast. And, well, the siblings were allowed to eat it. I had to ask for extras because apparently they didn't prepare for such charming individuals that would be with her.
Your consideration is much appreciated. If I might, and he, takes another bite.
By all means, enjoy.
Did you have more questions you wish to ask?
Oh, yes, please tell me all about Dovran and why you're there and about your target. Oh, please also tell me about what my sister's been doing there.
Well, mostly she has been assisting us in guild-related matters. You see, me and my elf companion, we are of a guild, and in Dolvaran they are almost a second form of peacekeeping. He says, while sort of between mouthfuls of steak. And he, hold on, let me just let's play to this disadvantage. Let's see what happens. Yeah, he probably says far too much.
Perfect. We'll cut to you as you're chatting about your actual guild system that she probably had no idea about.
Mm-hmm.
Navali, Salastra, you are now the only people left in that room with Permilia. Do you do anything in particular as you're waiting still?
I imagine Navali's just following Perm's lead.
Same here.
Please excuse me as I roll something for her then. She rolled a 4, of course she did. She seems still a bit off, obviously didn't sleep well, and clearly That look of embarrassment of, you have met my family, they are so weird, I am so sorry, but seems unwilling to talk about it further.
Mhm.
As you wait a few more minutes to see if any more of your companions will come back, instead, Walter does, opens the door. The dining room has been made ready, and your parents are willing to see you now. Uh, your servants are welcome to wait here. And Permilia kind of looks to Navali for a, are you okay with waiting, or?
Did she say that in a whisper or was more of a look?
Look.
Navali will give her a nod that to, be like, yeah, Celestra and I should be fine.
Could you roll me an insight?
Yeah.
I have great news. She still failed to the deception roll. You can thank her exhaustion.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell almost immediately, even when you're not really trying to pay attention, she does not want to do this alone.
I am Permilia's bodyguard, and as such, even though I understand we are in a trusted place, I wish to be at her side.
Yes, and I make sure that she goes everywhere I go because people have been after my life. Right.
Yes.
Could you roll me deception? At the very least, you can see Walter give a brief nod and looks over to Celestra. Should I get another plate ready for her as well then?
Celestra looks excited.
Very well.
Okay.
You are aware that your parents will not particularly like your choice of bodyguards, but from my understanding, Lady Permilia, this is simply something that you have a tendency to do. I shall inform them that they will have a few more waiting at the sides, and there shall be food made available. A cow has been freshly butchered this morning. Steaks will be made available for both of you. By all means, enjoy. Please wait here for a few more seconds as I get the table set up for two more. So, Navali, I have to ask.
Yes.
When you hear you're going to have to eat steak, what is your reaction?
Can I roll to see if Navali can keep a not disgusted face?
You may.
Would that be deception again? Or-
Deception or Constitution saving throw.
I want to go with Constitution because it's more fun. Never mind.
You were expecting terrible things today. You're fine.
Navali has a very stern look of, or maybe not stern's the best word. She has a blank expression.
A few moments go by, and Walter comes back and asks you to follow him, and you travel through the hallways again to the furthest room on the north side. The room itself is very large. It has a huge table that has a spread of food across it. As you look about, you notice that there are several well-armored and well-armed guards also waiting by the edges. Many of them look kind of hungrily at the spread across the table, while the meat itself smells delicious to Celestra. It is still a little nauseating to you, Navali?
Hmm.
Uh, Thankfully, as you notice, they did also make what appears to be a very nice looking fruit salad on the side that's covered in sugar. Likely designed as an appetizer or dessert, but you know that's going to be your meal.
Yep.
As you are shown where you're supposed to be sitting by Permilia, you notice that there aren't just 2 chairs on the other side. Neither of them are filled yet, but 3. And as you wait for a moment, 3 people do come in. A man, helped by another much younger man, start coming forward towards the chairs first. The eldest man seems to be in his mid 70s, clearly has, at the very least, failing knees and requires some aid to move, but is too proud to, say, use a cane. His hair looked as if it was blonde at some point, but is now a bleached white. And at his side still seems to be a very ornamental looking sword. He is sat down at the head of the table with the aid of a man who looks to be in his mid 30s, looking extremely well armored and well decorated, with numerous what appears to be medals in both on his armor and his hair. You can take a quick glance towards Permilia and see a kind of annoyed look, as the same look she gave to all of her siblings as another man as he sits down nearby. Additionally, there is a woman who appears to be in her early 50s, possibly late 50s, somewhere within that range. Uh, Hair also blonde, though starting to turn white, who sits down nearby. You can tell, Permilia, looking towards the 2 older ones, that those are most likely her parents, and that the younger man is likely another one of her siblings. They all look at you, Navalia and Celastra, with a look of confusion, though Walter seems to whisper something to both of them, and they do not question it further. I've been told, says the eldest man, that my daughter trusts you to be her bodyguards, as her life has been threatened many times. Tell me, Bunny and a snake, what have you fought recently to showcase that you're capable of defending such a proud member of the Lavinia family?
Navali will glance at Celastra to see if she wants Navali to be the one to talk between them.
Celastra glances back and just kind of nods.
Skern, I'm trying to remember the name of the creature that we fought.
It was never named.
It was never named. While we were traveling to Iridia, we came across a giant baby creature, and we killed it.
The mother kind of speaks up. Oh, I heard about that. Dreadful. Many of the peasantry talked about how it destroyed their farmlands and we had to recoup many of it. You were responsible for taking care of it? Might I ask why you put my... Permilia kind of... I told them we had to protect our people, Mother. Mm. There's a kind of silence there as you can hear knives on plates. In that tense thing of they don't seem to approve of Permilia wanting to do that. And tell me, the Consiglico Forest, that's a more recent edition. Were you elsewhere during the invasion, Miss? What was her name again? The butler kind of goes over and whispers, Navali. No last. What is with these races nowadays? No surname?
Navali sort of waits to speak. No, I have not been there for a very, very long time.
It's a shame. I've heard it's very beautiful, and the people are very strangely tall.
Navali nods.
Where's the other one from? I've never even seen a creature like this. Where did you find this one? And you can see him looking towards Permilia with her having a blank look of, I don't even know what to respond with that. Right. Well, I've been told you have been doing a remarkable job in jumping through the ranks like a good Lavinia should. She has the blank look of not being sure how to respond to that as everyone goes back to eating. But the fact you came here means you are clearly ignoring so much protocol. You were not supposed to return until after your military service. I don't care that they gave you shore leave. What, did you want to show off that you can make friends with demis? He has a look of annoyance as if he's waiting for something to happen. Could both of you roll me insight?
Yes.
Sloster as well?
Working on it.
Navali, I'm pretty sure the clear racism is distracting you from anything else.
Yep.
But Celestra, you notice that the woman next to him is mumbling something under her breath and every now and then seemingly moving her hand in a very particular way. And you're catching something. You've cast that spell before. Many, many times. She has been casting Sending during this entire time, as if trying to have a completely different conversation, some kind of pre planned one.
Hmm.
And you can tell that she seems a little bit confused by something, but trying not to let on that something seems to be off.
I wouldn't be able to sneakily cast Sending, would I?
You may attempt a sleight of hand.
Okay. I'm not very good at that. So I'm gonna note that and hold on to it for now.
Fair enough. As the dinner kind of wears on for lunch, I should say, goes on for another 5 so minutes. Uh, I'm not going to go through all the racist things he says because that's too much effort for me. I apologize. But you get the feeling that there's tension that stays there, and he tends to be the one who does all the talking. The younger man sitting at the table stays silent and seems more observant, though he also seems confused by something, as if staring directly at Permilia, waiting for something to happen. And by the end of it, he says, and did you... She should not be here. She should be punished for this. Why is she able to eat without any issues? She seems to stare directly at the elder woman as he says this, and Permilia looks confused for a second and starts to realize the issue. They were trying to make her sick with Oathkeeper, something she's not enchanted to. And they start figuring something is wrong immediately. And immediately, he lifts his hands towards the younger man. Seize them, find out what's wrong.
Navali looks to Perm.
Who looks terrified for a split second, but seems ready to defend you. And we're going to cut to break before I put you all on a battle map where you're all split up.
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
Oh, no.
As we come back, initiatives have been rolled. You feel immediately aggressed upon. The younger man, her brother, seems to grab both of his parents and be directing them elsewhere immediately. There's a bit of chaos in your mind, Navale, as you see the guards themselves drawing weapons, and Permilia looking like she immediately wants to defend herself. You're not completely sure what was being said, but you definitely feel aggression coming. And with that, the younger man grabs both of them and seems to immediately move over to this corner. His parents coming along with him, and they go behind a curtain that seems to go into a secret passageway. You get the feeling he intends to immediately subdue you afterwards, but wanted to make sure his parents weren't here to either deal with this or possibly that his father is a bit too old to fight and should not be here for this. The guards are still coming at you. In the meantime, 6. Reverence, Leo. As you have been practicing in front of this man, he's watching you all with some interest, though his eyes blur for a second and he looks towards the door behind you. Apologies. Apparently, you're not supposed to be here. Now I'm going to be very simple here. I would like to see some of your techniques some more. So if you don't kill any of the guards, I might still let you live. As he leans onto the wall, and you see people coming in behind you, weapons drawn. Hey, 6.
Hi.
You got a warning, so this is not a surprise as someone immediately swings behind you. I assume you have no issues.
She very easily gets her claws tangled up in the blade and throws it away.
You can hear more people coming down the hallway, though they have not arrived yet. You get the feeling something very bad has happened. Far more important, oh no. Karuto,
Hello.
as you are enjoying your steak,
Uh-huh.
you see her eyes kind of go elsewhere for a moment and look at you, and she frowns. Father, I want to hear much, much more, so please forgive me for about 2 seconds. Roll wisdom saving throw.
Oh God. Disadvantage.
Yes. We'll take that 9.
Yeah.
Your entire body locks up. You feel as if electricity is pulsing through and preventing any kind of movement as her eyes fade back in. She looks out the door. Please make sure his face is unharmed. I do like his face. She takes a few steps out as your entire body is numb and unable to move.
Good start, guys. We're doing it.
Grab, someone just swung at 6.
Okay, let's start by doing something about that. He will flourish his blade and attack.
That's a hit. I assume you're hitting the one that you can actually reach. That makes sense.
Yep.
You cut into the armor without any issues. He grunts in pain and is staring at
All right, rear back, and again.
you. Might imagine that hits. He coughs up blood and is on one knee. He's still alive and still able to move, but you hit him hard and fast, and he was not expecting that. And you've immediately caught the interest of the man who's leaning on a wall behind you. Anything else?
I'm gonna pivot over here, and that'll be me.
You see another man staring at you, clearly intending to come forward. He's choosing to watch for now. He's taking the dodge action technically, but he's just observing. Hey, Permilia, your family's trying to kill you.
Standard action, Sacred Oath.
Her blade starts glowing immediately. Tell me, which weapon did she draw?
Angel's Bane.
Makes sense.
And then with her movement, she's going to get in front of her party members and defend them.
Okay. Her blade is glowing, and she seems very insistent in making sure you get out of here, Navali. And you too, Celestra, I guess.
Hooray!
Speaking of Celestra,
Celastra is looking around and seeing very many enemies and just thinking, oh shit, and she will cast Spirit Guardian.
is a very useful spell here.
Mhm. And that will be all.
Okay.
Could we potentially also get a little radius for Celestra Spirit Guardian?
I can do that.
I
Yeah.
believe it is 15 feet.
Yes. Sorry, I meant like a little drawn-on thing.
I was going to put it on
Yeah.
the token itself.
Oh,
I did a token aura, but it doesn't seem to be showing up.
The GM can enable it in the token settings, and then everyone can see it.
Yes, I'm trying to remember exactly which button to hit. Could you quickly walk me through that in 2 seconds?
Yes. You open up the token. I believe you go to the furthest right bar. That's where it used to be. They might have moved it. You'll see aura settings, and you have a drop down that you hit show all players. I could be misremembering, so if it has changed, I apologize.
It unfortunately has changed. We will fix that in a moment, and I will continue the combat, and eventually you'll get an aura. But at the moment, I will do a quick circle for Navali's sake, because that is important.
I'll just keep doing that.
thank you.
That is the radius. Which immediately, well, they're about to take some Spirit Guardian damage.
It should be 1 square further north as well.
Yes. They're about to enter, so don't worry about it. They're all going to take it.
Okay.
Wisdom saving throw, I believe.
I think you are correct.
First one fails. I'm just going to roll for all 4 of them because they're all rushing you. Only the one on the bottom left is not taking it. So please roll damage for all 4 of them. You can only roll once, and we'll take all of it.
Okay.
That is a good roll. Snakes begin to chew on them as immediately one of them moves to try and engage Permilia and just try and knock her out, though he seems concerned about the fact he's trying to do so. I know that hits her.
Navali is going to use her reaction.
Okay, but I got to hit her.
No, my girlfriend.
But go ahead.
Navali, as soon as she's seen the blade come in, just like pushes her body into the way and takes the blow.
You take 16 damage as you push Permilia out of the way, and the blade instead goes into you. It hurts. They are apparently well trained with very good armaments. But that's okay, as another one comes up from behind you and tries to swing at you. Seeing that you are trying to defend her and knowing that's going to make things more complicated.
As a miss.
This one's going to be annoyed at the snakes and go after Solastra.
Aha.
And this one, because of the half movement, actually can't reach you. Just enters the radius. That sucks for him.
Hooray.
So,
Hello.
how you feeling?
I'm in danger.
You're paralyzed.
I'm
Roll
in
me a wisdom
danger.
saving throw.
Disadvantage again. Let's go.
You're paralyzed.
God.
You're about to have a bad day.
A very bad day.
Hey, Leo.
First, I will activate my blade songs. I feel like I'll need it, and because it's good. What is Six's disposition right now in front of these people? Is she looking to fight these two people or leave?
She is. She's looking to fight.
What about Rev? Even though I can just barely see Rev, because I see you stepped out in the hallway.
He's still trying to aggress this person. Like, he's not leaving. He does look like he wants to move, but he's not leaving until the threats have been taken care of.
Okay. So bonus action was Blade Song. Action is going to be... he's coming up to this guy. I don't know if he's, like, prone in this situation, but...
No, he's just leaning on a wall, not prone.
Okay. But I'm kind of under the impression that he is an equal threat. But I'm going to Booming Blade him.
Okay. You roll at disadvantage. He's currently dodging.
Yep, I tried.
He moves slightly to the side, and you crack into the wall, and he kind of looks at you. Okay. Clearly, we get to see who's better at this, too.
Sure. And I will just use my second attack, even though he's a bad target. I kind of look to the others and I say, I think we need to get to Permilia.
Six looks mortified with you.
Anything else?
He's stepping away, potentially taking attack of opportunity.
He is not going to take it.
Let's see if he's 5, 10, 15. $20. Oh. That is a much more narrow hallway than I thought.
Yep.
Shit. But he'll just stand here, I suppose, for now. So we really can't move through enemies, but we can move through allies, generally?
Yeah, you can move through allies without too much issue. Enemies will require some kind of skill check, and we'll figure it out as you try.
Okay. I'll stand here then. I don't want to crowd up anybody who might go ahead of me.
Sounds good.
That's it.
Hey, Six.
All right, I am going to swing at the one that Rev previously injured. 21 to hit.
Hits. Can I assume non-lethal?
Yes, and in fact, it's very clear from her posture that she's not intending to critically wound him, like, even from the beginning of the blow.
As you push his halberd away, you kind of backhand the back of his head, ring across the helmet as he and falls down from the injuries.
I sort of kick the halberd out of the way and use the momentum to go forward into the second one. Or the second soldier.
Hits.
And then I'm going to bonus action follow up with my offhand. Even though, like, I'm not knocking him out with this amount of damage, her posture is again trying not to lethally injure him. She says, Rev, Learwin, go, I'll finish up in here.
You can tell that you are causing serious issues to them, and they seem almost confused by how competent you are.
Go, get Permilia. And that'll end my turn.
Hey, Navali.
I just want to double check. Did those soldiers take the damage from the...
Yeah, I marked in all of them.
Okay. Navali is going to pull out her longsword and have her shield up, ready to protect Perm and Solastra. She takes a deep breath and she casts Bless at level 1. It says that it can target up to 3 creatures. She's going to target herself, Perm, and Solastra.
This works without any issue.
And then let's see. Okay. I think that's actually all I can do right now. So she's just gonna hold her ground.
I mean, it's a good start.
Hashtag blessed.
Let's get back to that whole Karuto problem. Hey, Karuto.
Yeah, you know that scene in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, what was it? Golden Wind Experience, where two of them beating up just a random civilian, and then the third one's drinking wine, and yeah, that's about to happen to Karuto. I know that but well.
Anyway, if they hit, they automatically crit.
I know, because I'm disabled. Okay. That would hit it anyway.
Holy shit. No, that's not going to be 20. That's supposed to be 10. Hold on, let me reroll that.
Okay.
I was say D20 is damage?
D20
Jesus.
damage. D20 damage dice.
What are they using? Like siege bows?
25 from the first one, and the second guy. Ignore that actual damage. I was making a crit. Actually, hold on. I GM rolled. I'm going to fix everything. Let me roll properly on both of them.
Yes, John, don't cheat.
Total of 51 damage.
That nearly gets me.
You can tell that they listened. They're not aiming for your face. But your torso is not your face.
Yeah.
How you feeling, Karuto?
Not very good. Definitely not a good day. Feel like I'm back at the academy.
Cool. He is going to look over towards the situation over there and watch all the guards slowly starting to get eaten by snakes and kind of shake his head. Yep. He's going to snap his fingers and point directly next to Solastra. Solastra, there is a sword that suddenly appears directly next to you, and it swings at you.
Oh boy.
Do not believe that hits you.
It does not.
But it's clear he's trying something of creating weapons and using them against you. Didn't work. You're fine.
Does this seem familiar to me?
Roll religion.
Okay.
You've cast spiritual weapon many times. This is not the same thing. This is something different, and you get the feeling that he can make more than one, and that's going to become a problem.
Oh boy.
In the meantime, hey, Six.
Hi.
I mean, you heard him, but that doesn't mean he's going to stop.
Riposte.
Okay, maybe he might stop. It's a hit.
16 damage.
Still moving. You push the halberd away. You stab directly into his chest, and he leans into the wall.
Drop it.
Grimaces. Doesn't seem like he wants to. This guy's going to take a few steps and just swing at Leo.
That's a miss.
So something is technically happening. However, the only person who would know is paralyzed, so don't worry about it.
Damn it.
Don't worry about that one either. Hey, Rev.
Hey. Okay, I think Rev is going to step up and share Leo's space for a second and attack this guard here.
I'll allow it. Grimace is in pain, but seems okay. 14 does not hit.
Shoot. Alright, he will step back for the moment to get his bearings and prepare to try again, I suppose.
As you step away from Leo, a blade kind of goes right by and hits you for 18.
Oh, goodness. Caught him off guard.
You keep going, Kat. Excuse me for 1 second. I have to punish someone who tried to stab me. He walks by you, draws his blade, and tries to stab into Leo's back.
That's my favorite body part. Hey.
You just kind of move out of the way. Fortunately, he's better trained than guards and has multi-attack.
That is a hit.
As he hits, the blade kind of sinks into your back. First, take 6 damage, and then I need a strength saving throw.
That's my best stat.
From his rapier, flames seem to lick out and then envelop you, less like trying to light you on fire and more like chains that chain you directly into the ground. Take 5 fire damage, and you are restrained.
I could probably assume that absorb elements would not help.
It's fire. It would.
Well, it wouldn't help me with the restraint.
No.
Effect. Okay. Okay. I'll still absorb elements just because my hit points lack and because it has damage potential. So I'll take 2.
Sure.
Okay.
Does nothing to the reaction that you spent. Clearly, he didn't like that you tried to stab him. Let's go back all the way over here. Permilia, your friends are protecting you.
I am going to swing on this closest guard using Angel's Bane.
Sure.
It should be the 24, not the 23.
I was about to say, take 1 level exhaustion does not get disadvantage on attacks, so it's the first one. 24 hits.
11 points of slashing damage. Then I'm going to attempt to bonus action knock him on the ground. This will be at disadvantage.
Yes.
I think I clicked it. It might be lagging. Let me hit it again.
Why do they have... You know what? I'm not going to question the sheet. The
It's the
sheet
12.
says this is true, therefore it is true.
Does this also work with Bless?
Unfortunately, no.
Correct. Though the first attack would have, but she rolled a nat 1, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He manages to stumble backwards, but keep on his feet.
I'm going to hold my position. I think it's a good one.
Okay, Celestra.
Okay. Let's see. And it was the guy in the far corner that seemed to be casting the weapon creation?
Yes.
Okay. Hmm. I will attempt to guiding bolt the corner guy.
You do have someone in melee. It's a ranged
Oh,
spell
does that-
attack. It would cause disadvantage.
Bummer. Okay. In that case, I will simply give the person next to me a big old hammer smack.
That you can certainly do.
Let's see. You.
Yeah.
There's a hit. Don't you
Oh.
also have an additional radiant damage?
Yeah, sorry, it wasn't on there. There we go. Wow, nice.
You slap him across the face with your hammer and he backs away. It seems really badly hurt from that.
Excellent. Let's see. I will also bonus action spiritual weapon directly adjacent to me, targeting the same person.
This poor man.
Oof. I'm guessing an 11 does not hit.
11 does not hit.
Okay. And then I will also move one tile south.
Sounds good. So because they are going to be aggressive because they were ordered to do so, you're going to get the funny thing of me rolling 4 times again and seeing if anyone just straight up dies. They all failed. Please roll damage.
Yes.
Spirit Guardians!
Oof. Oh, sorry. That top one shouldn't be there.
9. Okay, none of them straight up died. So the one that you hit with the hammer is looking real bad. So the one that Permilia just stabbed is looking real bad. That being said, the one you hit with the hammer is going to fight back and try to hit you. I'm so proud of him. Celestra, take 12.
Take 0.
Celestra takes 0.
Ooh.
You don't even have to roll con. You didn't take damage.
Yes. Thank you, Perm.
Permilia. Miss. The volley.
Hit.
15.
Alright, 1 sec, and then I need a roll con.
Correct. You have an advantage because you're a warcaster.
And I also have Bless.
Yes.
Just let me do... Okay. So, Constitution. Alright.
Fine.
Oh, yeah.
Second one misses.
And did the guy who just entered now take damage?
I had him roll and already take the damage. Like, he was going to enter.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry.
Hey, Karuto.
Oh, if I don't succeed at this roll, I am very curious in thinking that I'm just KO.
Yeah. So anyway.
And even even
Still-
if I do succeed,
Still end of your turn, yeah.
probably still KO. So let's see how we go.
Anyway,
I'm
you're
out.
paralyzed, yeah.
Yeah.
How you feeling there, Karuto?
Probably about to be very unconscious, I think.
Probably. Hey, Leo.
Does this tether like I'm being held down by fire?
Fire chains, yeah.
Would I in any way think that like are the chains only 5 feet long or anything like that?
They seem magical. It's hard to tell exactly how long they are.
All right. Well, my Leo's
Actually,
instinct.
top of turn. Take 5 fire damage.
Oh boy. Leo's instinct to escape from this is not to bully his way out of it, because that would be hard. So he's going to do a second level thunder wave targeted at the brother. I didn't catch his name earlier.
Elric.
Could you copy paste that just for my own notes? But I'm going to thunder wave just in the corner that would not actually hit anybody else.
1 second.
That is a con 17.
As you cast this, he waves his hand in counterspells.
Oh. That's unfortunate. I assume there's no bonus action breakout.
I do not believe so, no.
Okay. Then I end my turn because I have nothing else I can do.
Hey,
Well,
Six.
actually, technically,
Go ahead.
because I can cast a spell and swing because of my.
Cast a cantrip. It doesn't say spell.
Yes, correct. Sorry. That's it then.
All right, 6.
I'm going to take my first attack at this guard. I'm going to take my second attack at this guard.
Hits.
Is he still up?
No.
All right, of course, non-lethal.
You very definitely have knocked out both the guard.
As I am moving past, I say to Elrican, whose name I don't know, is sort of mirroring what he said
He
before.
introduced himself.
Oh, he did? Okay. Don't kill him, and I'll show you more of my moves. And I walk by him, provoking an attack of opportunity.
Well, first of all, you'd have to get it by him and probably roll a skill check, but he lets you through.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if I could go through. Okay.
He lets you through.
Okay. Does he react at all to me saying don't kill him?
He keeps an eye on you, but he doesn't have any visible reaction.
I'm going to do the same thing that Rev and Leo were doing in share spaces.
Sure.
With my bonus action, I'm going to swing at this guard.
Okay.
15?
That does not hit.
Okay. Then I am going to... You hit him before, right, Rev?
Yes.
But it was only for a little bit. I am going to action surge.
Okay.
I'm going to turn this into a trip attack targeting strength.
Okay.
He is knocked prone.
You just kind of hit him in the side, and he falls to the ground, trying to get back to his feet. Continue.
And then I take another attack.
I've marked a 13. Continue.
Another 9 slashing.
He is still standing, though he is trying to get back to his feet. As you back away, he has had a turn and gets a reaction at disadvantage as he's on the ground.
That is a hit.
Honestly, I'm proud of this guy.
He's earned it.
Real proud of this guy.
And that will end my turn.
Navali.
Okay. Navali is going to let's see. How bad do the two in front of her look?
Bad.
Okay.
All of them look bad.
Okay. Navali is going to swing with her longsword. And I'm targeting the one right in front of me. So the
Hits.
okay. 6.
He's still standing.
Okay. She's going to swing again.
Hits. Lethal or non-lethal?
Non-lethal.
You hit him in the back, and he stumbles forward and is covered in divine snakes, but unconscious.
All right. And that is Navali.
Karato?
Let's see if they're horrendously incompetent. I doubt they are.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
I'm not even going to bother rolling, because this
Yeah.
is non-lethal. They are not trying to kill you.
Mhm.
You have been knocked unconscious from blood loss and are still paralyzed.
Yep.
We're not going to worry about those for a while.
Fair.
So almost immediately, let's jump back over here, and you hear another snap as suddenly, instead of a sword appearing next to Celostra, a spear. And both of them, the sword and spear, swing at Celostra.
Do they take spirit guarding damage?
No.
No, like
Ignore
the
the first
people?
one. The people haven't gone yet. He's out of range.
He is?
Up here.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the soldiers. Gotcha.
Celostra, I need you to take a total of 13 damage. Or 12 damage, I'm sorry.
Ow.
I need a concentration check from you.
That's Constitution, correct?
Yes. You're fine. Spirit Guardian is
Hooray.
still up. He gets up. He breathes heavily. And unfortunately, the people who he wants to hit are behind Leo. So he goes after Leo, who is restrained.
That is a hit. I did not switch. I forgot to consider whether or not to switch out my thing. So yes, it hits.
It's a total of 16. Leo's looking pretty rough. Checking something very quickly. 6. Rev, Leo, I need a perception check from all of you.
Should be 14, not the 25.
Okay. None of you notice anything. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what she's doing. Everything is fine. Hey, Rev.
Okay. This guy's being a nuisance. We were told to go. We haven't even gotten up this hallway because he's been in the way. So Rev's gonna share space with Leo again and try to attack him.
Sure. You wanted the shocking thing?
What's that?
He's actually still conscious.
Then he gets another one. 16?
You wanted the second shocking thing? That is a miss.
Okay. That's unfortunate. Rev will step back.
I am so proud of this man.
Oh my god.
Wait, has he had a turn?
Yeah, he attacked Leo.
You're absolutely right.
All right. Things are looking great over there, aren't they?
Like, I have no idea what's going on in the other room. It sounds like things are going fine, but over here things are not.
Anyway, Leo, he's going to focus on you and just stab you again.
Sure. I will use shield for that one.
I don't believe restraint stops any of that, so that makes complete sense. He tries anyway. I believe a 24 still misses with shield.
Correct.
Kind of shrugs a little bit. Doesn't seem to do anything else. Does not move or do any other further actions. Hey, Perm.
Okay. I'm going to start by attacking the dude who's right here.
And bless.
Correct. Add the bless.
18.
18 hits.
8 slashing.
Slams into him, and you can see him just kind of topple over unconscious.
Okay. I'm then going to do something wild and crazy.
Okay.
I'm going to move past this person, provoking an attack of opportunity.
Are you saying she might go after her own brother?
I am completely saying that.
You're right.
That is a miss. I attack my own brother.
Okay.
I'm
He
assuming 11.
very calmly parries her sword.
Shield Master. I attempt to knock him down.
Check his stuff. No, he's fucked. Ha!
He's
He
fine.
ties.
Action Surge. Navali Salastra takes 6 temp health.
6.
23.
That is a hit.
10 slashing.
He takes it and just seems like this is normal for them. There's no concentration if you're curious. Continue.
Okay, I was curious. 17.
That is a hit.
Another 11 slashing.
Check. Yep, he is currently fine, though suddenly his eyes turn towards his sister and goes, "Oh, you actually care about them. Again. Of course." I assume that's the end of her turn.
That is the end of her turn.
Hey, Salastra.
Hello. I will first bonus action spiritual weapon bonk. See how that goes. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, I have to ask if this is lethal or non-lethal.
I'm gonna go with lethal.
Crushes his skull and blood starts dripping out of his helmet.
Excellent. Can I do this move? I'm assuming that's an attack of opportunity.
I mean, no one's next to you right now.
Yeah, but sorry, can you see my arrow?
I cannot see your arrow now.
That dude already took one against Permilia.
Yes.
Oh, okay, sweet. I am going to go move next to Permilia and attempt to give her brother a bonk.
Less.
Yeah,
At the bless. It's very important.
Is that 1d4?
Yep.
Yep.
That is a hit.
Helm be praised.
Helm be praised!
Now that you know that Helm's not supposed to talk to you, it's better.
Ooh, 12.
I believe you rolled an attack instead of the damage.
Oh, whoops. I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
dumb. Yeah. Wow. Nice.
He looks between you and Permilia. Seems more annoyed by the snakes than your hammer.
Good. Be annoyed. That's all for me.
Hey, Navali.
Yes.
For the first time, only one guard's taking snakes.
Yep. Come on, let's see it. Oh! Come on, snakes!
Snakes damage.
Snakes damage.
I don't think it will kill him, but there is a chance.
Sorry. Let me find it. I'm being slow. There we go. Oh, that 7's not supposed to be there. Sorry.
The 10 is. Hey, he is still alive as the snakes start eating at his legs, and he kind of grimaces in pain and focuses on the giant bunny in front of him. Navali, both guards are just going to focus on you because it's easy.
Isn't that guy down? The one at the bottom?
No, the spiritual weapon knocked this guy down. Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
You're
Permilia
right.
attacked him.
Permilia knocked him down. You're correct. One guy is swinging at Navali. I forgot to mark it.
That is a hit. I am marking it.
That's his turn, so... actually, he takes a step down. It's on the spiritual guardians. Alright, so don't worry about it.
I'm fine. Totally fine. It's all
Leo,
good.
take 5 fire.
Good boy. So he's attacking me and holding me down with this like passive magic.
Yep.
Restrained and facing somebody who's going to counterspell everything I can do. Leo turns his full attention to the guy in front of the one in the hallway who's almost down. And is going to take 3 attacks.
Strain means at
With
disadvantage, but of course you
yes.
can. 10 does not hit. 12 does not hit.
Bonus action.
18 does.
That's. I'm just hoping to get enough to get him down. Big 7.
Lethal or non-lethal?
Non-lethal. Although
It's
Leo's
difficult,
glancing through it.
but you managed to pull through the chain. And the first few miss, but he wasn't expecting the dagger that kind of just bonks him off to the side, and he falls down unconscious.
And then Leo, just who's like obviously in pain, but sort of looks at Rev and 6 behind him and says, "Go, I'm fine."
Hey, 6.
All right, I look Eric dead in the eyes. Do not kill him. All the guards are alive.
Roll insight. You can't tell what he's thinking.
Leo says he's fine. I don't know what the status is with Permilia. I'm going.
Okay. You know that she was taken to the north area.
Okay, does he swing at me as I go?
No.
I'm going to standard action dash.
Okay.
I don't see anything in here as I'm passing, do I?
Nope. You see a table and a bed.
And as I'm running down this hallway, I call out, Permilia, where are you?
She is currently distracted with a fight, but you can hear the sounds of battle just straight to your west.
All right, that'll be my turn. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, no, go for
And
it.
I also have, I forgot, I'm going to bonus action second wind.
Totally fine. Navali?
Can Navali hear that?
Oh yeah, 6 is real close.
Navali is going to turn her attention towards the where it came from, and she's gonna just yell for 6.
6, you can hear Navali's voice.
I'm coming.
And then Navali's gonna turn around and look at the man that's still standing and being like, "You're going to regret walking out of those snakes." And she's going to hit him with the longsword.
He's unconscious.
All right, and then
Ed,
Navali,
up to you.
No, she's non-lethaling. She's then going to look up and turn her attention to the brother. Let's see. Oh wait. Sorry, I'm trying to find there it is. I was trying to find the ruler. 325. Okay. She's actually not going to turn her attention. She's going to like walk over to the corridor right here, and she's just going to like look out for Six to try to get her like attention.
You take a step out and you can look to your east and see Six running at you.
Okay, and Navali is waving her down.
It seems like she's going to join you on her next turn.
Okay, and that is oh wait. I am technically under half health right now, so I am going to actually bonus action turn the tide.
Okay.
I get to roll. Let's see. I don't. If Perm and Celestra are also,
They're fine.
They're fine. Okay. I get to roll 1d6 plus my charisma modifier, so I get to roll.
Hold on. Permilia is at full health. This is absurd.
1d6 plus 2.
I mean, I know why. You literally took a blow for her, but still.
All right. Got a little bit of healing back. All right, and that is Navali.
Okay. These guards don't exist anymore. Brother, I have to make sure something is completely okay for him to do. Because it's kind of absurd. Yep. You see him cast a completely different spell as he kind of moves his hands about. And within seconds, it kind of shimmers. And then a third weapon appears, but none of the weapons actually strike this turn. This time, a floating axe appears almost directly behind you. The other floating weapons seem to be forming into a circle. And then he vanishes. Right, hold on. Supposed to be a d20. Yeah, he vanishes.
Like he's just gone?
Seems to just disappear. Gonna mark it with a ripneck. There's an eyeball. Oh, that was the eyeball.
Do the weapons remain?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Cards don't matter. Top of round. Rev and Leo. Perceptions again.
Oh boy, my favorite thing.
Leo, you're a bit distracted by being on fire. Rev, you hear something happening in the courtyard that sounds like dirt being pushed aside, and also a woman's voice cursing loudly in a mixture of annoyance and confusion.
Okay.
Anyway, don't worry about her turn. Rev.
Okay. I'm not sure how big the manor is. I'm trying to envision it, but like Navali yelled earlier. Would I have heard any part of her yelling?
I'm gonna say with a 21 perception, yes. It was northwest.
And Navali is kind of like sticking her head out, so.
Yeah.
Wait, but nowhere I can see, correct?
Nowhere you can see now. Like you saw Six run past you to the north, but like you get the feeling Six hasn't even arrived to her yet.
I'm making this way more difficult than it has to be. Rev's gonna hunker down next to Leo and say, "I'm gonna get this out of here, okay?"
Leo looks confused, but nods.
Rev's gonna grab him in Dimension Door, to wherever Navali is, because I know where she is at all times. I assume it's within 500 feet.
What level spell is Dimension Door? A 5. You see an attempted counterspell. It goes through.
It's a 4th level spell. Or no, it is a 5th level. I'm sorry, I have to cast
The
it.
Warlock.
Oh my god.
He tried to counterspell it?
Did?
He tried to, but he didn't. Is what I read or what I heard.
Correct.
Oh, jeez.
That was very good play.
The fire chains also dissipate as you do this. Anything else, Rev?
I think, what's going on here? No? I don't think. I think I'm gonna stay right here.
Sounds good. Don't worry, none of you can see him anymore. 6, you can hear footsteps from behind you, but it sounds like he's taking a different turn. Hey, Perm.
Does Permilia know what this spell is? Has she seen this happen before?
I'll allow her to roll history. No.
Are there any visible targets? Just the weapons, right?
Yep.
Where is the nearest one? Like on an adjacent tile?
Think of them surrounding Celestia right now.
I try to hit one of them.
On attack. Clangs, but doesn't seem to take any actual damage.
So it is physical. It is something I can strike.
It's not like spiritual weapon. It seems to be an actual weapon floating in midair.
I'm going to try and strike it a second time.
That is a hit. She slams her sword into it, and it slams downward, bounces once, and then stops floating.
Interesting. Knowing that they're floating all around Celestia, Permilia just sort of tries to get into position to intercept them should they strike again.
Sounds good. Hey, Celestia.
Hello. So I cannot see any enemies still up in this room, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Seeing that Leo and Rev have entered the room, Celestia will shout over to them and say, "Is everyone else okay?"
Where's Karito?
So I should mention, Rev and Leo look like shit right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Has Perm taken any damage?
No.
Okay. Who is more hurt between Rev and Leo?
I'll let them decide that.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Both look like shit.
Rev's
Okay.
like barely staying up.
Okay. Celestia will rush over to them and give Rev a big old level 2 cure wounds.
Thank you.
And then I will also, if I move my weapon somewhere, I don't get to see what's happening around it, do I?
Correct.
Okay. I'll just move it like south of Navali into the hallway, and then that's all I can do.
Okay. Not going to worry about any of those. Hey, Leo.
Oh, I didn't realize my turn was next. So I'm catching myself up. This person, do they seem to be aggressive at all?
You don't see him. He seems to have completely vanished.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Um,
You see some
Uh,
floating weapons currently surrounding, around Permilia that were surrounding Celestra. Currently, there's a spear and an axe just floating there.
6 is on the way. We should find Carto. And Leo will just sort of walk through people to get in the hallway. Sees stepping
Leo?
up. Sees 6.
What are you doing here?
It's been less than 6 seconds. You know he was just behind you.
What the fuck?
It's Rev. He did it. We need to find Carto. And I've used how much movement? Also, I'm curious, Rev, is there any like special description you'd offer for like what it feels like for Leo to walk through your dimension door? Does it just feel like
Interesting question. I previously described it as he kind of like slashes the air and kind of like drags whoever from one space to the other, kind of like cutting through, through space. And I imagine that that's just very disorienting, and maybe there's like a sensation of intense pressure for a second that just disappears when you're on the other side.
okay? So just Leo probably just came out of it and just like shook his head like he was numb for a moment. But would I have any indication over which? No, I wouldn't. But 6 is coming from that way, and so presumably she's seen everything to see over there. So Leo's just going to spend his movement 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. That's not particularly helpful. So he's going to dash.
Sure.
Take a look in here. Doesn't see anything.
Yep.
20, 25. Yeah. I mean, this.
You start entering towards the inner area that seems to be wider and built so this way you could easily enter the courtyard. Being said,
Okay.
it's probably faster.
Yeah. Well, Leo has no idea where he is or where he's going, but that was action and move, and I guess as a bonus action, Leo will summon his. No. Yeah, Leo will summon his Thunderblade at a level 5.
Okay. That is one hell of a Thunderblade.
Yeah, it doesn't scale up 1-to-1 on Outcast, but it's 48 damage. So
6.
Skern, please remind me. As I was running up the hallway, I did see an exit to a central room somewhere about here, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to put things together. They don't know where Karito is, and Leo went that way, so I'm going back the way I came.
Sure.
I shout out to Navali, I'm going to go find Karito. Do you have it covered in there?
Yes.
All right, I go back down the hallway, and I'm looking for the door.
Let me do. So, as you glance about, there is a pathway right here, though it looks as if it was a window that has been just opened and passed through. And you see, actually, the man who was stabbing Leo on the other side of that window.
Where was it? I'm sorry, I didn't see your picture.
Right next to you.
Oh, okay. I'm going to standard action dash and hop to the window.
Are you trying to keep on your feet as you do this?
Yes.
Then please roll me acrobatics. It's a low DC. I'm just going to drag you over there instead of fixing all your dynamic lighting problems. He kind of looks at you as you jump through the window he just went through.
I may have underestimated this. Now that there was a mention that there were sounds in the courtyard, as I am closer, can I also hear them?
Roll me perception. Yes, it is at the very south end of the courtyard, so it is still fairly far away. It sounds as if something is cutting through dirt in a very intentional way that seems almost mechanical.
Okay, I'm going to avoid yelling in this guy's ear, and I'm instead going to lean around him, and I shout, "Something outside to the south, maybe danger. I'm going."
Oh, you want to do this? Sure.
What is it?
Kind of takes a step away. I have no idea. I was going to go find out.
Come with me.
Roll persuasion.
You said you wanted to see more techniques.
Roll persuasion. He seems interested.
Oh, that was the wrong thing, but it's still it's still a 19 on the die.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, then I'm going to use the remaining 25 feet of movement to go south.
Hey, Navali.
Okay, so everybody's sort of like ran off to go do their own thing. Is Rev still looking pretty hurt?
He's much better with Celestia's help, but he's still pretty rough, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna also walk over and just drop 15 points of healing on you.
Much appreciated, thank you.
No problem. Permilia, are you okay?
I'm fine. She seems more annoyed than actually hurt.
Regardless, Navali's gonna use the rest of her movement to try to be by her side.
Aw. Everyone else worried about Karato.
I think that's all I can move.
Hold on, I have to do some measurements. I apologize. I need to roll something to see exactly what he do, because this could get very funny. Cool. Don't worry about it. You don't see him. Top of the round. 6, Leo, perception. Six. You hear a familiar female voice. You've heard her voice a little bit, hitting on Leo and Karuto. Going, the fuck is that thing? And seemingly more confused and annoyed than actually aggressive.
Your sister sounds confused.
That's normal.
Like, despite the seriousness of the situation, she does laugh a little under her breath as she's running away.
Don't worry about her stuff. Hey, Rev.
Hey. Oh, geez. Cause he heard what was outside when he was over yonder, correct?
Yes.
All right, I think he would just check in with Navalia. You guys okay in here?
We should be okay. There was another man in here, and he just sort of vanished, so I'm trying to keep an eye out. I believe it was a brother.
It was. His name's Geralt. Oh, we'll be fine.
Permilia?
Okay, if she says that they'll be fine, Rev will start heading. Oh, goodness. I didn't see where anybody went.
You walk outside, look to your left, look to your right. It's just hallways.
I think this way? He's gonna go this way.
You go that way.
What the hell? I guess a dash, there's no reason not to. Alright, that's me.
Okay, as you get close, you can hear Leo is just on the other side of right here.
Oh, okay.
Six.
Hello.
He casually walks behind you.
I, of course, do not take an attack of opportunity or anything. Oh, he didn't even proc one, but
He wouldn't proc one. He's just casually following you. Seemingly more curious than anything else. Hey, Perm.
I would like to continue swinging at the weapons as they appear to be the only threat in the room, right?
Sure. The spear clatters onto the ground.
I'll take aim at the axe.
That is a hit. The axe clatters onto the ground.
I have no fucking idea what these are, do I?
Not a damn clue.
I kick one out of anger into the distance.
You succeed.
And then move to defend the volley.
You do that.
That's my turn.
Elstra, I can't actually remove initiative because things are going to be happening again soon.
Okay. So Lastra is concerned about Karitos, and she kind of let him get kidnapped, and so she's going to stand out in the hallway here and then be immediately lost and not really know what to do.
You know Rev went to the west, at the very least.
Yeah. She will follow Rev as far as she can.
I like to think that her spirit guardians are following her, so just a bunch of snakes.
I'll make my hammer follow me as well.
Anything else?
That's it.
Hey, Leo.
Is this a window over here or a door?
That is actually a door.
Okay. And it appears to be a grassy area.
Yep, it looks like that's the way to the actual courtyard.
Okay. I mean, and Leo has failed every perception roll for the courtyard. So last he knew is that, well, I guess he didn't actually know that where Karto went. So he will take a look. Doesn't see anything with his range. So I guess he would.
Because it is outdoors, I will allow you to roll perception and maybe see something behind these bushes and trees.
Okay. No.
Oh, you're distracted. You're worried. Continue.
Yeah, I mean, I see literally nothing here, so I feel like I should keep going down the hallway. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is there any doors or anything in front of me? Like, am I just walking down a dead end?
So you look to your right and or not right. Yes, actually, it would be your right. You look and you can see windows, but you don't actually see any doors. It looks as if this is a place of observation or a place that could be used for quick transportation, but you don't actually see any doors. There might be a trapdoor somewhere, but you don't see any.
Like this entire thing is a dead end hallway.
As far as you can tell at the moment.
Oh. I guess that's a long way to run down for nothing to be down there. Yeah, I'd feel kind of useless at this second. I'd just try to look in. Oops, I took.
I
that back.
will say, just because this wall does have several paintings on it, but you're not sure if that could mean anything. To you, it's just a dead end still.
Yeah. Would it have all been possible to have known that before I moved this far down?
I will say, to be nice, yeah, because you can kind of look down and not see an easy way out. Sure.
Okay, so I poke my head in here. I see, I see nothing. I've spent like 10 feet of my movement. What I'll instead do, even though I'm just burning spell slots, I'm going to cast Locate Creature and find Karuto.
Alright, so I'm going to move your token randomly to where you actually are so I can ping it easy.
All right.
Oh, Jesus. Well, I guess there must be another entry through the courtyard, so I'm just kind of making a line. So that's, I think, 25 feet of my movement so far. 30. I see a girl.
You do see, you've seen her before. She was the one who was talking to you and Karuto earlier, and her gaze is to her, well, the east, and she seems confused and a little irritated at something. It's kind of behind a tree at the moment, but as you get closer, something seemingly made out of a mixture of rock, metal, and dirt seems to be grinding away at the dirt. It's bladed. It has what appears to be wheels that, instead of being made out of wood or even metal, seems to be made out of a mixture of bone, flesh, and gears. Don't see anything on or inside, but it is moving around, and seemingly, at the very least, Rosalind doesn't seem to understand what this thing is, or where it came from.
Well, I am single-minded in my direction, so I'm going to remeasure my movement and find myself how far I could go. But I'll just end my turn here. And of course, lost concentration on my Thunderblade for Locate Creature.
Yep.
So I'll end my turn, but I'm going to remeasure while other people go.
Totally fine. Hey, Six.
I am going to run to the south, shouting, "Karuto, Karuto, where are you?"
That's not what you're looking for.
Hmm?
That's not what we're looking for.
We're not?
Come. Don't let me start here. Don't. Swing.
Is there like a way out that I'm missing? I don't see one, but
There is several windows here. There is. You don't see a door directly now. To the courtyard, however, you also see the window here and here.
Gotcha.
Both of which seem kind of covered by bushes and other things that are making it hard to see through.
Okay, I'm gonna dash, open this window, and try to jump out.
Acrobatics. Cool. You literally do a flip over a bush and see what I described earlier directly in front of you.
What the fuck is that thing?
See, the cat gets it!
Are you trying to subdue it?
I don't know what it is!
You, me, get behind me. And I'm gonna run over there.
Anyway, I'm going to add it to the initiative tracker now.
Actually, instead of saying get behind me, I'll shout, "Can you fight?"
He is not going to bother responding to you. I apologize. However, something just came up over here. I need about 2 minutes.
Sure, take your time.
Ah. How's life, Carto?
I don't know. I'm unconscious. It could be great. It could be best kidnapping I've ever experienced.
My offhand weapon is missing.
No. You what else is? Fuck. Yeah, I just realized. Never mind.
Oh, since we can see each other, like, Six is giving you that look, Leorin, like, are we in this? Are we doing this?
Lord clickies are coming through my head for some reason.
I don't feel like Leo's looking at you right now, but his minds are looking past this,
Real
past
quick.
Rosalind. Rosalind?
TP apologize for that. I have returned.
Hooray.
May I assume that was the end of Six's turn?
That is the end of my turn.
Sorry, had to do a couple of other things in my background.
Then back.
Welcome back. Carto, I apologize for you not getting to do much this fight.
Happens, man. This was narratively very interesting. Really though, I blame my party members for leaving me to fucking die.
I'm trying.
I mean, it's only mostly my fault.
No, you could argue it's Leo's fault for going with the cats instead.
Yep.
Meh.
Oh, trust me, I have a way to blame every single one. No.
Is it Navali's turn?
It would be Navali's turn, yes. I want to
Oh,
make sure
sorry.
everyone's back first, though.
Yes.
6?
I'm here.
Okay, it sounds like everyone's back then. Navali, go ahead.
Harm, I don't think it would be a good idea if we stay here. We should probably get moving.
You should probably try and leave.
Yes. Okay, all right. Let's go see if we can catch up with the others.
And Navali is gonna walk over here, but she is like still not sure if the invisible guy is still gone, so she's gonna let Permilia leave first.
Okay,
But I'm going to lay on hands myself again.
go ahead.
I'm gonna put 15 on myself. And that is Navali.
I'm going to just move his token for what he's doing. Don't worry about it. Well, it's actually on the initiative tracker anymore, so I don't have to worry about top of round. Hey, 6.
Hi.
Talk about this thing. It is moving slowly, ripping through the dirt. and Rosalind seems both concerned and confused and not quite sure what it is doing. You see her wave her hands and attempt to cast some kind of spell, and immediately can tell it did not work. She's just kind of stay out of it, whatever it's doing way, because she doesn't want to find out. Hey, Rev,
Hi.
you have no idea what's going on.
No. I don't even know if I'm going the right direction, but I'm gonna keep going.
I was about to say, if you want to go inside here, you saw a door that was open.
Would that have been 10 feet of movement? Okay.
Yep. And then you can see an interior. And then you can also see another door open over here. Hey,
And
look, it's Leo.
action dash. Oh, is he out there?
He's right outside, yes.
So he is. Oh. Well, that's all of my movement. Goodness, I see it now.
Hey, Rev, what do you want to do about that?
I think I'm limited in what I can do about it. That's out of range for anything I can do about it. I dashed to get here, so that's me.
Okay. Six, he follows you outside and seems almost interested to what you're going to do to it, and it does not take any actual actions. You said you're going to show him something. It crawls forward, ripping through the dirt, trees, and anything in its way. Its wheels seem to grind through slowly but surely and powerfully and have no seemingly issues doing so. And it's just going in a straight line and goes kind of right by you, Six.
Do I have,
Doesn't-
okay.
Go ahead.
Do I have any idea what this thing is?
Roll. I have to look this up. 1 second. Weirdly, religion or arcana.
Religion sounds fun. Let's try it. Oh.
It is something terrifying. And mechanical? Maybe? Any actions? No. Hello, Permilia.
Hi, I'm going to do as Navali suggested and spend my entire turn dashing out and following in Leo and Rev's footsteps.
Hello, Celastra.
Hello. Celastra is doing the same. I guess I'll dash and keep going.
Do you want to take the hallway or do you want to go inside?
Which way did Rev go?
He went into the interior.
Boy. Oh, what the heck? My map's bugging out. I don't know what's happening. I'm stuck in a room that I didn't mean to go
Fixed.
into. Okay. He took this tiled area.
Yes.
Okay.
And then you see another door open down here that, like, this was seconds ago. You saw people kind of dash and take multiple corners. That's not a big deal.
Yeah. Okay. I believe this is the limit of my movement right here. And then
Look, your companions.
my hammer will attempt to follow, but I think it only can move 20 feet.
Correct. Maybe it'll be useful again at some point.
Hooray.
Hey, Leo.
Has Rosaline noticed me at all? Not so much like, am I hidden, but does she know that I'm behind her?
No.
Okay. And then can you ping Karto one more time for me? Okay. Leo, sort of in the midst of like his humming his plate song, he'll say, "I know where Karto is. I can get him. I'll be back." And he's going to drop another concentration spell. And he's going to cast haste on himself. And I think he has a total of 180 feet now.
Yep.
So he's just, I'll keep going, but the
There's
goal
a
is to
window
stay out.
over here.
There's also a door she opened down here.
Yeah.
Door is open right over here.
I've already lost concentration on it, but I feel like I saw Karto over here, right?
Slightly deeper in, but close.
Okay.
Granted, she definitely noticed you zoom by her.
Yeah, of course. I saw her casting spell, so I didn't want her to counterspell my haste. Is there a door here?
There is not a door there. There is a window there.
Oh, okay.
And with the window there, you can actually see there are two people near a doorway, kind of looking around.
Shit. Well, I can't see through the window, so I'm trying to gauge where I am in relation to Karto at this moment.
I'm going to fix that myself. Just going to delete the entire wall and let you see.
Oh. Kind of like don't know what to do. So he's this way.
He's directly below you.
Oh, I still don't see him. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, but there's a window between me and him.
There's a window and then an open door.
Oh, an open door. Okay. Sorry, the line of sight just sort of made it confusing. But
yeah, no, I fixed it. I understand.
Okay, so I'm just going to sort of place myself with next turn's movement in mind. But I can remeasure all that if you want, but I'm pretty sure I had enough movement to just do whatever I wanted.
Pretty sure you did, yes.
Okay.
I can double check, but that is... you probably still have 40 feet of movement, honestly.
Yeah, but I find that if I jump in, that they are probably just going to kill me. So I am trying to just hope that they don't themselves try to jump through this window, and we'll see what happens.
Okay. You can tell they noticed you. Like, there's no reason they wouldn't be able to.
Yeah. If I could see them, they could see me, of course. But that's it for now.
6.
What is this thing?
I don't know.
Is it a monster?
I don't know.
Should we kill it?
I don't know. Want to kill it? I want to see what you can do.
Is he going to help?
You don't know.
Do you want it dead?
Sure.
I'm looking at Rev like, Rev, are we in this? There's a big monster in the courtyard.
Rev shrugs. He's so lost.
I don't know what's real anymore. You know what? I'm going in. I'm running up. I'm looking at this thing. What does it look like?
It looks like a mixture of metal, gears, skin, flesh, bone, moving around like a mixture of a wagon and some kind of mount. It doesn't have a mouth or anything to be eating, but it's just rolling forward, ripping through like nothing matters to it.
Okay, this is a weird question.
Stop.
Does it look like a monster?
This is a weird answer. Roll intelligence. Kinda.
Okay, I'm gonna try something because now I'm curious, and I'm a cat, and you know about cats and being curious. I'm gonna hit it.
Sure. Hits.
I'm gonna trip attack with dexterity.
Immune to being prone.
Fuck. It still deals 14 slashing damage.
You cut into it, and as you might imagine me about to say, blades don't seem to hurt it that much. It hurts. It does damage. You scratch into the metal. Seems hard to cut through it.
I shout out to Rev, it's resistant. 17.
Hits.
Another 8 slashing damage. Bonus action. 16.
Hits.
6 slashing. I can't knock it down, I say. And then I'm going to use the remainder of my movement to hop over here closer to allies. Looking at Eric and like, well? And that's my turn.
Watching you scratch this thing with curiosity, like, let's see what happens. Hey, Navali.
I am running after Perm.
Not hard to find. She went straight west.
Okay, I'm dashing. So I'd walk down 10. So I should have 70 feet of movement. Yep. So I can actually run right past her.
You could.
Whoa. Sure, I'll go like right here.
You see the doorway everyone's been using here.
Okay. And that's Navali.
Okay. Will he take his action now? Yes. Navali, as you rush past, you hear a whirring from behind you for a split second. And you turn your head and see what appears to be a almost tidal wave of blades, weapons of all sorts, coming straight towards you in Permilia. I need a dexterity save from both of you.
All right. We technically should still have bless.
You do have bless. You have not lost bless. You are correct.
I rolled a big 13.
Somehow both of you have failed.
Puma, did that also add Perm's or Navali's +2?
Yes.
Okay.
A mountain of blades clambers through both of you. Both of you take 30 damage. As almost just kind of waiting here with some weapons still floating around him. He's just kind of watching both of you now. Kind of annoyed.
Don't forget that you have the 6 temp health if it hasn't already been used.
It has already been used.
We'll need a concentration check from you now.
Okay. I'm glad I healed up. Okay.
Your DC is 15.
A concentration?
Yeah, because he did 30 damage.
Do you mean Constitution?
Yes, you're rolling a Constitution saving throw
Okay.
for Bless. And your
then...
DC is 15.
Oh, I did it. Oh, I did. I still did it with advantage, but
yes.
Roll 1d4. 17.
Yes, you're fine.
Okay.
Also, I believe you had another additional +2 because you're paladin stuff. You're fine.
Yes.
And he's looking clearly at, was just waiting for people to spread out a bit before he came back out. Doesn't matter anymore. She's going to roll something to decide if she's going to figure out what that thing is or follow Leo. She is going to just kind of watch Six sit down and figure out what the hell this thing is. Hey, Rev.
Okay, hi. So in this moment, Rev can just sort of see the brother. He doesn't have his weapon drawn, correct?
Correct. He seems more interested in seeing what Six is going to do to this thing.
Neither sibling is doing anything. Would Rev perceive any part of the situation as manufactured since neither sibling is doing anything to this thing?
Roll insight. Hard to tell. You may decide based upon what you think.
He's gonna grit his teeth and get in there and help Six.
Hits. Your blade cuts through without any issues. It kind of whirs for a second and seems to start changing direction as you keep slashing into it. Go ahead and roll damage. Perfect. He is not going to act. He is going to continue to watch and observe and see what it does before he decides if he has to get involved. At the very least, he's not going to interrupt you attacking it. Read. It's okay. Why not? 6.
Hi.
Rev. You're in its way. It doesn't like that. It continues to spur forward and rams into both of you. I'm making sure it can attack both of you, and it seems like it can. It's going to make an attack against both of you. Ready?
Ready.
That is against 6. That is against Rev.
All right, it hits.
Yes.
Take 20 bludgeoning damage as it slams into you and seems to be trying to go through you and having issues doing so. As it slams into you, it kind of hurts a lot. Like you got hit by something way bigger. It's almost like you got kicked by an elephant.
Yeah, that hurt a lot.
And Rev, I need you now to roll me an acrobatics as it tries to go past you. I want to reveal this modifier, but it failed. Rev, it seems to get stuck trying to get past you, as if the damage you dealt prevented its wheels from being able to skid through you, though it definitely seems to want to. That's this weird thing's turn. Hey, Permilia, your brother's back.
What would she do? As I believe this is a roleplay moment. Would she attack her brother or go out into the courtyard? My instinct is that she'd go after her brother because I think she's mad.
Her brother just threw a bunch of weapons at her, and more importantly, Navali.
You know what? You're right. Permilia is going to stop what she's doing, turn around, switch to her longsword, and charge.
Works for me.
The attack roll should be 2 higher on this. 13.
Less.
Oh,
She
15
is still
plus
blessed.
16.
I want to point out the sacred oath is not on the longsword. It's not
It stops at the
transferable.
weapon. She's still pulling out her longsword anyway. You know why.
I know exactly why, but I want to point out that that is how that ability
Yeah,
works.
14.
14 does not hit. That's a crit.
Get absolutely fucked, bro.
Navali, you turn to see Permilia changing plans immediately and stab through her brother, who coughs up a little bit of blood and seems to be ready for this fight.
Shield Master, I'm gonna bonk.
He literally can't succeed.
Good.
But 20, right. He can succeed.
Oh.
And he did.
Is he supposed to have a modifier?
He's supposed to have a +2, yes.
He can succeed then. Perm is mad.
Shouldn't it be the first roll, the 25? Like,
No, she has disadvantage because she's exhausted.
disadvantage. I'm sorry, I forgot about that.
Does she still got blast on the shove?
That's on skill check, not a attack roll.
Yeah, it's a skill check.
Right.
So stabs through, tries to then knock him prone, and he stands there, weapon still floating around. Clearly, this is going to be a fight for the two of them for a while. Hey, Celestra.
That's her.
Hello. I'm assuming Celestra can at least hear what just happened between Permilia and her brother.
You heard a clattering of swords and then more fighting from behind you.
Okay. Let's see. Well, I can't quite get to the big mystery thing, but I will cast a guiding bolt upon it,
Go for it.
or not.
Blessed.
It's a nat 1.
It's true. It is a nat 1.
Thank you for trying.
I'm really trying. 6, Rev, you see a familiar bolt of light just go right over this thing.
Okay, and then I'm going to step back into the hallway to try to get a glimpse of what's going on, and I still can't really see anything, so I'm going to step back out into the courtyard and prepare to help the rest of the group, and make my hammer keep crawling towards me very slowly.
Navali, you see the hammer kind of phase around you and continue to follow Celestra.
Gotcha.
Arto's unconscious.
These guards had a turn before me.
Yes. What they both did was actually take the dodge action. They saw you, did not want to go through.
Well, if I can ask on their turn before they take the dodge action, I was going to say to them through the window. I don't know if they can hear me. Lady Rosaline is under attack in the courtyard. All hands on deck.
Roll deception with disadvantage.
I figured it's worth a try.
You might roll high.
No. They have orders and they know you're not supposed to be here.
Shit. There's no way to get to Carto without provoking an attack of opportunity if I bust through this window, right?
You'd take it from him, but only him. There's ways to avoid it from him.
Sorry, the window's open.
The window is not open. You'd have to open it. That's just an interaction. Like, I'm not
Okay.
going to make that take action.
So I'll open the window, moving as fast as I am, and then jump through it. Do you need any kind of acrobatics roll for window?
Yep.
Okay. I have advantage because of, oops.
You're fine.
Yeah. And then I'll duck in here. So technically I haven't taken... Okay, so I can actually do what I want to do without taking an attack of opportunity if I just stand here.
Yeah, in theory.
I like to imagine that because Leo's moving so fast, this is the only reason that he hasn't gotten borne down on by this guy yet. But as one of his actions, as his main action, not his haste action, he is going to lay a hand on Karito. Karito's clearly unconscious, not dead.
Correct.
Okay. Then Leo lays a hand down, and sort of in this blur of movement, he will release electricity from, like, he'll sort of place a hand on Karito's chest and release some electricity into it. And you'll see kind of like streaks of like, when like people are shocked by, or when people are hit by lightning, they have that sort of like that kind of unique electrical scarring on their body.
Lichtenberg.
Yeah. Leo's arms start to burn up as he's going to use a spell he has not used before to give you some healing. So I can put the text in chat if you want, Skern, or not.
It's been a while, so it might be a good idea.
Okay. Oops, that's not it. So you gain 8 hit points. You don't have to read the whole thing if you don't want to. You gain 8 hit points, and you can use 2 of your hit dice to get temporary hit points.
So I got 8 HP, you said, and then
Yes.
You can spend 2 hit dice if you'd like.
Okay, so I'm back up to 8, and I'm going to spend 2 hit dice.
And as Leo's taking this burning damage, he's
Hell yeah.
actually... Oh my god. This lightning is crawling up Leo's arm and going into you, which is actually causing damage to himself. Then what all can I do with my hasted action? I think I can just dash or attack.
Sounds right to me. I'm not going to look up haste at the moment.
I'm just seeing if I can dodge. I cannot. So I am just going to swing at this guy, even though I assume he's dodging.
Yes.
And I assume he's going to swing at me.
I mean, he technically has not gotten attack of opportunity yet, but yes.
Yeah. In a sort of like pre-defensive posture, Leo does what he has to do and feels like we have to fight our way out of this.
And you barely miss him. Karito, good news, by the way. Rose did cast a different spell that no one else saw. You are not paralyzed. I thought about it, and it's like, no, she tried to paralyze the thing. You're fine.
Beautiful, beautiful.
That's it.
I assume that's the end. Hey, 6.
So, sort of observing this creature's intent and what it's trying to do, I say out loud to the Lavinia siblings, not to Rev, it's trying to get inside. Then I'm going to move behind it, because I don't want it to run over me again. And I'm going to attack it.
Okay. It's
16?
And that is a hit.
So 5 and 5, and then I'm going to bonus action hit it.
Okay. It's
Another 2.
You're scratching through it, and again, it's difficult, but you're getting wear and tear. As you get to the back, you notice that you cannot tell what any of these parts are even for. If any of these things are weapons besides moving forward, you couldn't even tell. It's alien to you, which means it's not even... like even from your childhood, this doesn't even look familiar to that.
Yeah, that's what I was sort of trying to assess in the beginning, if it was New Victorian, but if it sounds completely foreign.
Navali.
Are the swords still there?
He has a sword, spear, axe, and chain floating around him at the moment.
Okay, so, like, does it look like he could potentially do that attack again?
No, it doesn't look like he could do that attack again. It looks like he's going to be doing different attacks.
Okay.
It looks like he's locked in mortal combat with his sister.
Navali looks extremely conflicted. But she clenches her fists and she swears, and she, hmm. Sorry, I gotta think. I've been like looking over everything, going like, I don't know what to do. uh,
Oh, sorry. And I just realized I had, and it shows in the chat log, I had actually upcast that as a 4th level. So Karto, you can actually spend 1 more hit die.
I probably should.
Just so you're aware, Karto, that is temporary HP, not normal HP. So you might want to fix that
Oh,
too.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
8 actual healing and then 3 hit die worth of extra temp.
and this is a very tight corridor.
Yep.
So like Navali can't move in next to Perm to attack. Could she?
Yeah, she could. People have been doing this all the time. The idea is because this is 5 feet, you could stand side by someone, but it becomes too difficult to continue to do that while in the middle of a fight. So you'd have to move away afterwards.
Oh boy, and they're like 45 feet. Jeez, okay. So I'm not gonna be able to reach. Okay, I am going to have Navali. We're gonna have Navali cast Aid at level 3, giving her, or she's gonna run up. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, so it should hit Perm now. I'm gonna cast Aid at level 3. It means that her and Perm get 10 HP, 10 extra HP.
Yep.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna have, yep. And then she's going to keep going. Let's see, she'd moved 15. So we can, I think, go up right here next to Perm. And she's gonna say, I'm at your side. Let's do this.
Fuck yeah.
Sure. You can definitely tell that she's a bit distracted, but it has not turned around to acknowledge you, but it has also seems more like she's not even worried about continuing to fight now.
Gotcha. And I'm pretty sure. Oh, wait. My jump is a bonus action. Can I actually, like, move back and see if I can jump behind him?
I'll allow it for an acrobatics, though it's a fairly high DC, because the issue isn't physically jumping behind him, it's not hitting your head as you do so.
Okay, actually, I'm not gonna do that then. Never mind. I'm gonna stay here.
Okay. Hey, Leo, I think you know they're going to attack you.
Yeah. That's a miss.
Other one comes up, tries as well.
That's also a miss.
You feel very glad that you dodged both of those.
Karto, did you get that extra hit die?
Right?
I didn't yet. No.
You may.
Oop.
Nice. Sorry, I just want to make sure.
Yep.
All right, Permilia. All the blades kind of come down, crashing against her, trying to hurt her.
Hit.
Stop me, Naval, if you block any. Oh, you can't. You're out of
I
range.
can't. Yeah.
That's also a hit.
Navali, you watch them crash down and pierce into her, and she still seems angry enough to keep fighting. She'll be fine, right? Right. She's gonna roll intelligence again to see if she should worry about something. She doesn't really care. Gonna keep watching. Hey, Rev.
Roll that because I realized damaging myself would actually potentially break haste.
That's true. Hey, Rev.
I think Rev's gonna open with bonus action Hexblade cursing the thing.
I mean, you succeed.
And then I swing at it.
Yes.
Oh, I'm gonna Eldritch Smite that.
Oh!
Yes.
Good thing you just. I mean, you know that's a crit because your Hexblade Curse. That's gonna hurt.
Oh.
Oh my god.
How do you want to do this?
So Rev suddenly is charged with energy. It's flowing into the blade, and he appears at several different directions at once, appearing to cut it in several different places. And then one final slash horizontally, I suppose. I don't know where this thing's vitals are. He's just going to cut it.
So, as you seem to move and disappear and then move again, there's a pause as you seem to do a single slash. Then hundreds of cuts all around it start to appear. And 6, you can see it start falling apart piece by piece. Many gears, pieces of metal, bone, flesh break apart, break into thousands of pieces in seconds as if they've been cut many, many, many times. And before you can figure out, wait, is this thing even a thing? It starts to fade into ether in front of you, as if disintegrating.
Fuck yeah, Rev.
And before it even hits the ground, it's nothing but air.
What? Rev, you're awesome.
I mean, Ulriken's gonna start clapping.
Need to regroup with everyone.
Where's Navali?
She's still inside.
Still have another action, another attack if you want, Rev.
I mean, I'm not gonna attack the siblings, I think. So if she's still inside, Rev's gonna use the rest of his action, or his movement rather, to start heading back that way, I think.
Sure.
Alright, that's me.
6. You see him stare at you for a second. You're right, that was pretty cool.
She grins. He's fucking great.
My parents' beef is not my own. As long as you don't kill anyone else, you're free to go, as far as I'm concerned.
I am not a savage, and I'm not here to kill any of you.
You can tell he's kind of looking behind you as he says this, as if also telling this to his sister. Not quite sure what her opinion is, but at the very least you get his. Let's go back to the murder fest.
Permilia throws down her longsword on the ground, kicks it away, and pulls out the fake Oathkeeper.
Okay.
And then she tears into him.
That's a hit.
She flails wildly.
You can tell she's a little emotional, Navali, as if something very serious is going on in her head as she's doing this. She's also bleeding really badly.
Yeah.
She does not back off or back down. Then bonus action, she's going to try to knock him prone. I'm glad that the dice are on my side here.
I mean, honestly, the fact that he's refusing to go down it's just kind of interesting. Celastra.
Celastra will move back into the hallway. Can I see through the door over here? I can see a little piece of something, but I can't really tell what's happening.
You can see fighting going on through the windows. Navali seems to be trying to support Permilia, and there seems to be a big fight going on. You can definitely see that there's blades everywhere, and blood just kind of coats from the fight that's been happening.
Okay. Would I be able to healing word through the window?
I'll allow it.
Okay. I'm gonna move my last 10 feet. And does Perm or Navali look in worse shape?
I would give it to Perm.
Okay. I will level 2 healing word for Perm. Oof.
As 6 said BRB, I'll add it myself. I mean, the 8's still pretty good. I'm going to pretend the 1 didn't happen, even though I added it. And we are going to do something unheard of this combat. Karato, you get a turn.
Yes! Finally! So I'm assuming they didn't take any of my weapons?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't think you were get back up. It's only been like 30 seconds.
Beautiful. Karito, after being basically electrified back to consciousness, so takes account of the situation from the floor, sees that Leorin is dealing with a couple of the guards who probably dragged him in here, pushes himself up carefully, dusts himself off, and then draws and fires his bow in one motion. We're going to go at this guy because he's the one I could see.
Makes sense.
Whip. Oh, ignore that. Gonna go with the 13.
13 kind of bounces off the wall and misses him.
Bonus action reroll. Featherlight bow.
Sure. That is a hit.
Excellent. And I get sneak attack because he is in range of an ally.
Correct. Arrow bounces off the wall, stops in midair, then zooms into his arm as if he was not prepared for magical arrows. What the fuck?
Character calmly reloads.
I assume that's the end of your turn.
Mm-hmm.
Leo.
As far as Leo knows, combat is still happening outside. He will step forward. Well, yeah. He'll step forward, and his cantrip will be Sword Burst, which is just sort of like a AoE AoE dexterity check around those two around him.
Let's have them roll that.
Okay.
The one who was wounded succeeded. The one who wasn't didn't.
Okay. And then he will take what is now 2 well, 2 remaining normal attacks and then 1 bonus action attack. They will all be on the one on the right.
Makes sense. That is a miss. That is a miss. That is a hit.
Amazing rolls.
That's
Technically
4.
on
Yeah.
4, yeah. And that is all Leo can do. He is not in a great position.
6.
Last I saw, a wounded Leo was going after Karito. I'm going to follow him. He went this way, right? Down the
He
hallway?
went straight south, yeah.
Alright, I am going to do it, and I'm going to move out of Rosalind's threat range.
He doesn't have good AoE attack opportunity. She's just going to let you do it.
Okay. I'm going to go here. I will take the dash action.
Okay.
Can I see in there?
Yeah, you can see him. There's an open window. You can see them currently fighting Leo.
Bonus action, Commander Strike. Karito, shoot him! It's the...
Yeah.
It requires you to already have an attack action to use that.
Fuck, you're right. You're right. Okay. That would have been cool, so that can't happen. But I'll be like, Leo, I'm coming. And that'll be the end of my turn.
Navali, let's go back to this fight of the death over here.
Okay. Navali doesn't like the fact that this brother is attacking Perm. So she is going to move in so that she can swipe at him with her longsword. I'm smiting. I'm doing
Okay.
a level 2. She's not playing around.
I can tell. Please.
Yep. So it's a level 2 smite. And Navali's gonna look at him in the eyes like, get away from her! And then she's going to do it again. And she's gonna smite again. Level 3.
Okay. Sorry, don't mind me. Go ahead.
Sec. I marked it. Okay. And marked it. Okay. And she's going to scream
Is this
again.
lethal or not lethal?
This is non-lethal, but as she says this, she is like, did I fucking stutter?
How do you want to do this?
Navali, reaching around Perm, puts a spare hand on her shoulder as she is like swooshing her sword in to get him like right at the side.
As you swoosh around,
Non-lethally.
Navali, you notice that Permilia seems angry and focused on actually fighting him and almost doesn't react to you. Turns her head slightly, realizes what's going on, and then instead of attacking, just puts your shield in front of his face so he can't see where your blade is going. And as he's trying to immediately dodge or possibly block with these floating weapons, he just barely misses, and you stab into his side, and a ray of light pierces through him. And in a split second, he doesn't seem to understand. And before he could even regain his composure, you just punch him in the face, immediately knocking him out.
Hell yeah. And Navali will move back so that she's not like, toppling over Perm.
So anyway, anything else you want to do?
That is actually... Well, wait, can I? I can't. I thought I could do another healing thing, but that's it. Navali's just sort of breathing pretty heavily after that.
Anyway, let's see what happens to Leo here.
He'll be fine. Things are looking great. Shield.
They definitely are trying to take you down and just can't seem to get a good hit on you as you blur around and the arcane block it, they're not going to last much longer. He's unconscious. She's going to roll an intelligence check to figure out if fighting is a good idea. She knows better than to fight a losing fight. Hey, Ref.
Hey, I think I'm still running back into the manor. Oh, one minor thing. Hexblade's curse. When I killed that thing, I should have got some HP back.
Yes, you should.
I'm gonna mark that real quick. Got it. Okay. Dashing inside.
Cool. I'll say once you get into that hallway and can look where Celastra's looking, you can see that Permilia and Navali are standing over an unconscious body.
Is everyone all right?
Get the feeling things are a little too tense for a quick answer.
Okay, he's just gonna move in.
Celastra's fine.
I think I've got. He's glad to see that Celastra is fine. I think he's got maybe 15 feet more movement. He's just gonna move in a little bit and just kind of wait a second, see where everyone's at. There are no apparent threats, correct?
Yeah, as far as you're concerned, everything is fine. Nothing's going on in the south end.
Oh, nothing's fine. None of this is fine, but okay, I guess that'll be Rev until he kind of sees how everyone is.
You don't know what he's doing anymore. Permilia stands over the body. What does Permilia do?
I equip Angel's Bane and attack him twice.
Hilarious. Please, you still have to roll. Yeah, they both hit. Navali, you watch Permilia slam the sword that cannot cut into people lethally into him several times.
Oh, dang.
That's the end of... Wait, he's already on the ground? I bash him with my shield anyway.
I'll allow it.
Not to, like... Open
Rolls
up and...
over 5 feet.
Good. I move 5 feet toward him.
Sure.
That's the end of Permilia's turn.
You can figure out what's going on with that later, I'm sure. Astra?
See. So the situation in there seems to be handled. Do we know what is to the east?
As far as you know, hallways.
Okay. I think Celastra will just try to rally everyone together then and say that the situation seems handled. We need to go find Karito. And just kind of start down the hallway, seeing... I'm assuming this is next to the windows. I can't really tell.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. So I will try to relay that information to Perm and Navali, though I can understand that things are going on there.
At the very least, Navali, you can figure that out pretty easily.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to do? Any action or dashing?
I think I will try to stay with the group for now, just to make sure we're all on the same page, but I'll bring my hammer with me.
Okay, Karito.
It's gonna be time for more thwip, actually.
Really, I just have to see if these guards can take you guys down, because it would be really funny.
It would be hilarious, but also terrible, but also hilarious. The question is, would I want to non-lethal them? Are they guards just doing their jobs, or is character quietly mad?
They weren't the one who paralyzed you.
Yeah, it's true. And I guess Pam wouldn't want me to kill her parents' guards, so character's gonna move in and do a melee attack on this guy by drawing his short sword.
Sure.
Needs to go here, so it's harder to reach because of face-to-face contact. Wakazashi.
Misses.
Beautiful. Disengage.
Honestly, he kind of looks over to you like, what? He didn't even notice. He saw a blade, thought you were there, then noticed you weren't there anymore. It's like, what just happened? Deal with this elf. Go ahead, Leo.
Same as before, starting with a sword burst.
Again, the one behind you takes it.
Okay, let's go after the one behind me. Ooh.
Ooh.
Not non-lethal if it matters.
It probably won't, but I understand.
Second attack. Still up.
There are other numbers.
Yes. This one on the right is still up.
Yep.
Okay. Third attack with offhand Gladius and nothing. Doing what I can, standing here.
6, you're watching Leo fight desperately.
I'm gonna run in there and help. As soon as my map stops lagging. I'm gonna go right here. Can I hit him from here?
Yes, I will say you're kind of hitting through a window, so they might have some cover, but you can still attempt.
I've got 10 feet of movement left. Can I go here?
I'll allow you to jump through the window. Just roll me an acrobatics. To not topple over Leo as you're doing so. You're fine.
Sup, bro?
In fact, you flip over and then just flip over Leo while he's in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, while I flip over him, I get on my feet, say, sup, bro? Which one of these two is more injured?
That would be this one.
That's the one I'm going to start with.
You might imagine that hits. Very low.
Dang.
Number 2.
Does not hit.
Number 3.
Does not hit.
I'm going to make this a precision attack.
Okay. I mean, I don't know why I even need your roll. They're AC 17. You figure that out at this point.
I then rolled minimum damage.
How do you want to do this?
Unfortunately, no. So I'm going to ask the top team, do you just start heading to figure out how to get down? To the south side, I mean? When I say top team, I do mean Navali, Celustra, Reverence.
Is Navali still, or not Navali, is Perm still like hacking and slashing at her brother?
I'm going to ask Poom.
She does not look like she's ready to stop.
Navali is going to try to like snap her out of it.
How do you do that?
She's gonna walk up. She's gonna go, Perm. He's on the ground. He is not conscious anymore.
Roll persuasion. Also, Permilia, roll me a wisdom saving throw. You're able to snap out of it from her voice.
Permilia stops. I imagine she's also sad.
Yes, she's looking very distraught.
Navali is going to put a hand on her, and it's not much, but she wants to give a little bit of comfort, and she's gonna put 5 lay on hands. It's the idea that she's trying to like soothe her soul in a way.
Roll religion.
All right.
It does not work that way.
I mean, Navali's trying to get at least, comfort her. Like,
I understand.
Perm.
We'll talk later. It's fine.
Right. We'll talk later. It's fine then. Let's go find the others.
So, for my curiosity, does the top team just try to get to the bottom?
I imagine so.
Yes.
What I am going to do is essentially see if they can beat the guards in 2 rounds, and if they can't, the top team arrives.
Okay.
To speed things up a little bit. So let's go all the way back down to Karuto.
Same again.
I don't know
Go
if
ahead
it's too late.
if you want to do something with Permilia.
No, not on Permilia. I forgot to say a 6. Hey, we're free to go if we don't kill them. Just knock them out. Since What's-His-Face did directly tell me that.
It's true.
Yep.
Because ignore the fact there is one corpse, but you don't know that yet.
I didn't see it.
True.
Doesn't count. Yeah, Kaito's gonna do the same again. Dash in, try and hit him with the blunt side of the katana. Or Wakizashi even. Much better.
You hit.
Sneak attack.
You slam into the blunt side, and he spirals down unconscious.
And he moves back again to his original position, because, you know, I'm trying to basically avoid getting hit.
I'm going to assume that was a disengage as you say it, and Leo.
Just gonna take 4 swipes.
That is a hit.
Two hits, one that is only 1d6. Big 10 damage.
Still looking like he can keep fighting and wants to at least see if he can take you down. Hey, 6.
Alright, I swipe at him.
That hits.
Hey, asshole, your armor fucking sucks and Iridia's a piece of shit. Goading
Fuck
attack.
you!
Goading attack. It's a wisdom saving throw.
It doesn't matter, you knocked him out.
Beautiful.
I'm getting ready for the 3rd attack, and I'm like, oh. Okay, really quick. Like, we're walking and talking, let's go.
Yeah, so real quick, for some brevity as we're over time, you gather everybody, you regroup, and you start heading out. You get the feeling you should immediately leave before they regroup or figure out, hire someone to attack you, considering that this did not end well. And we will pick up on exactly how that travel out of the town works next session.
Yay.
Oh boy.
All right.
That was so fun.
In that case, let's wrap up here.
Alright, I'm gonna close the stream. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.